Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that. Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Well. It's another Saturday evening, and we are here, Coach's Desk family, to talk about, some sports, some happenings in football. We'll be talking about Leon Bailey, and we're supposed to have a guest joining us for us to talk about, you know, the whole analysis and breakdown of the game where Jamaica versus Panama, what went wrong, or how it went. You understand? So we want to delve into that. We want to break that down. Like I said, we're supposed to be having a guest joining us, waiting on the person to log on. We just go quickly into that. All right. So big up all the persons who actually took the time out to be here this evening. Yeah, man. Ready to talk sports, ready to talk football. Yeah, man. Big up to all the persons. Um, Thanks for the support. Yeah, we did an early live today talking about Bailey. I know we have to give it a second shot again. You know what I mean? And we'll be talking about two games that took place today. Veer United versus Tivoli Gardens. That was a 0-0 stalemate in the playoffs of the Jamaican Premier League. You also have Mount Pleasant Academy defeating Harborview Stars of the East 3-1. Yeah, I remember they have return game. So let's see how Harborview bounce back from this one. They have their hands full, and I hope that for the purpose of the game that they'll come back and do a job early so we can have an exciting game. Yeah. Big up to the people over by Facebook. You aren't able to jump over to YouTube, but you log on via Facebook. Big up yourself. Thanks for the early persons who are tuned in. Big up to the persons who drive. Yeah, drive in America. Sometimes you want to give a little message in the comment section, but you can't because you're driving. Big up yourselves. Thanks for tuning in. Big up the entire Canadian clique. Thanks for tuning in. Wherever you are in this world, big up to the Middle East people them that tune into the show. Big up to the Africans, South Americans. Big up yourself. Jamaicans, don't know already. Big up on yourself. Yeah, man. So, what say you? Early out people. We're supposed to be taking the calls, but let me see if my guest is ready. I want to ensure say the thing up and running. All right. But yeah, man, we're holding our vibes about Leon Bailey today. The boss deal with the thing, you know? Deal with the thing away. Mm-hmm. Showcase the Bailey class. You know what I mean? So, man, no start it in another game, you know, man. And every time he touch a field, him deal with the mats. Never. Understand? But in the meantime, people, in the meantime, let's look at some of the comments in the comment section. All right. All right. So we have Laurel Maryland. Coach, don't tell me you are switch from Man United now. No, sir, that will never happen, man. You nah go say that happen. No, man, that not gonna happen, man. David Daly, welcome. Big up yourself. Eagle Republic, big up yourself. Welcome, Eagle Republic. Fresh, big up yourself. And welcome, welcome. Capo in the building. Michael, big up yourself. Jason, I hope everything all right, and brother. Big up, big up. Tony Green, big up. Yeah, man, big up yourself. Big up yourself. All our people them. All our people them in our place. Big up on yourself. Coach Craig Butler has been around the western end of Jamaica spreading his coaching philosophy, and coaches have bought in, mainly Godfrey Stewart's coach. He is also in need of funds there. Okay. Bless up to Kevin Reed. Bless up, bless up. Ian Campbell, big up yourself. Um, Tevin Campbell, big up yourself. Um, yeah, man, Yell to the world. People want to check out the merch store and support the thing. You know what I mean? Ian Campbell, hopefully Bailey's available for Jamaica in October. Yeah, man, hopefully that happen. Bailey same foot good. Yeah, that's what I heard on an interview. Damian Hines, big up yourself. Also, hope Whitmore plays Bailey on the left where he's most effective. All right. Big up yourself, Roderick. Big up, big up. Nathaniel White, Man United, me say feel live, but me have to support my baller. Big up Bailey. I mean, people, don't be fooled by the jerseys behind me, you know. Mm-mm. Don't be fooled by the jerseys behind me. Jerseys behind me don't mean anything. At the baller, at the baller, at the baller we rep. You see what I'm saying? So me nah gonna be like Nathaniel and say me is a Man U Villa fan. Nah. Straight Man U. You see what I say? Yeah, man. I think from the 55th minute, the fans started to request Bailey, you know? And trust me, they request Bailey and the boss go up on the field go deal with it. You see me I say? So all me I tell you say Bailey, him could have get that something there, you know. Bailey could have get that goal there, you know. No know why they never give him. The goal me I look back on people. The ball ain't no touch nobody. Big goal that, big goal that. Boom. Venom out of left foot. Yeah, man. And the goal let me look on again, people. Yeah, man. It's so nice to have to do it. To have to do it twice. You know what I mean? Um, Coach, you already know what Antonio is going to do to your side tomorrow. Obviously, era leader, you don't know what go on. Antonio will miss that game. Remember, him get a red card, you know. I say, Sanya, bro, Bowen, big up yourself. And next United in our place. Um, Coach, would you take a 2-0 loss with barely scoring 2 goals? What? Would you take a 2-0 loss with when? No, sir. Could have Leon little more, Bailey little more. Mm-mm. We have to deal with them, man. I know you say, man. I mean, fresh. I barely get the man of the match, yeah? Yeah, man, it should have been his. Half time, big up yourself, half time. Liverpool, oh, Liverpool. It touched the near head still, but it was going in anyway. Yeah, man. When I say Gunners out, when I say we don't play and chicken back in that shot, barely them man they eat chicken back. I be a lobster me yesterday Monday to the match interview express. I say barely performance was great. Yeah, man, the man suspended. See what go on in that place. People you can call in and share your views now because free to call people, free to call. Line is open. You see interview with Bailey, yeah, me see it. Demar was good, man. Demar Gray was good. It's just that him buck up in a Bailey today, you know? Yeah, Rajan Williams. Coach look it when Bailey come the field, Aston Villa start to play faster. Yeah, man, him ignite the game, man. Him ignite the game, no doubt about it. Him add a lot of impetus to the game. Can't go around that. Big up to Kieran, on this super chat. Chelsea fans, it's going to be LOL. Bailey was wicked today. Just need to be injury free. Yeah, man. Off the bench. I think he one of them was an assist from him. Think so, no? Yeah, man. Gray played well, man. No doubt about it. Travis, big up yourself. Fireman, big up. Alex, big up. Yeah, man. A big guy, the game changer, man. Me used to all get played today. Me don't remember seeing him on the field. But God if he couldn't manage Bailey. I don't sleep him asleep. He can't manage Bailey. And that I think in a Eagle Republic. When the ball a run upon him, he don't know what to do. So it's not about him sleeping. Yeah, man, a pure Leon Bailey name I call, man. Leon Bailey, Leon Bailey. Like the man have a big impact. Look like him need a look like him have a bigger impact than the next general there, name Grealish. Barely have a buzz, man. Hey, people ain't love him, brethren. May I tell you no. The people from Aston Villa, they love Leon Bailey. Everyone fret. I said, Giovanni, Godfrey was good until Bailey come on. Bailey deal with him away. Andrew Chambers, big up yourself. Yeah, man. People, if you remember Rupert, you know. Rupert had an outstanding game today, you know. You see me, I say? Oh, them I mean every fullback. I mean, I say fallback. What is a fallback? But me understand what I say. You say, man, make Jamaicans feel proud, yeah, man. Right now, the man mesmerized Ben Godfrey. One, big up yourself and welcome. Yeah, man. Hey, that even give us more vibes going into a Premier League game with Aston Villa go play now. Even though when I play Manu, I don't care about the score line in terms of Aston Villa. When if Bailey want to score, make him score. But once we have more goal than them and we get a W, we're good. You see what I say? When say Ben Godfrey move like back him that back road. When the ball are done with him. Sure no. Hey, me watch one little game, one little something there with him too, you know. One little clippings, one little training clippings with Bailey I do. Yeah, man, skill, you know. Don't take your ball lightly, you know. I think I only run the ball I can run on them something there. The ball have a whole of tricks, you know, up in sleeve, you know. Yeah, man, the ball out on the 3 card, man. Devon Porter need to apologize to Ethan Pinnock immediately. What did Devon say, Teddy Lee? Yeah, man, I just said that a while ago, them are. Rupert was good, man. Rupert is is Ethan Pinnock 1-1. Ethan Rupert Pinnock. I make him a Rupert, and that's why we say Rupert. Yeah, 1-1. If you know what go on, you know 1-1. Yeah, man, you have to know what go on. What did Devon say about Ethan? Cause me never hear nobody say nothing bad about Ethan, you know. Rupert, man, Jimenez, like boy. Yeah, man, in deal with Jimenez away. Big Mexican attacker. Prolific Jimenez. When say who was him gonna be England player when him play for Jamaica already. But Ethan Pinnock is class, people. No doubt about it. Ethan Pinnock look like him run the whole school. Yeah, man. Him one of the resource teacher them. He got all the classes. Yeah, man. The man is class, man. The man operate class. And him not in school. Trust me. Yeah, man. Rupert a baller, man. Rupert a big defender. Big defender. No joke about it. Anytime Bailey start for Villa, he will give problem to any team. Yeah. All right, there, coach. Big up yourself. Oh, you pronounce the name there? RYUKFF. XRYUKFF. All that. What you call the name there? Eddie Guna, big up yourself. Bailey, this shot Rudiger last week. Just a taste of his skill. Yeah, man. I know Rudiger alone. What the next brother name? When him threw it to him foot. What him name again? Aspilicueta that? You know nobody on Chelsea, you know. Uncle Rudiger, me know, you know. Mm-hmm. Nobody on Chelsea. Uncle Rudiger, me know, you know. Mute that, Miller. People, here we have our guest here tonight. Jere Miller. Um, basically, what we want to do. Big up yourself, Jere, and welcome. You're mute. You're muted.
Yeah, night. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. And before we go any further, people, I want you to subscribe to Jere Miller Football Analyst. Very, very good YouTube channel. I know sometimes people them now go understand certain things. But if you don't watch a channel, you not gonna understand the intricacies of the game. And that is why me believe say some people miss certain things in a coach. Because them now have the insight and the analytic skills to understand that aspect of the game. You understand? So we're gonna run through the whole we're gonna just do a little analysis of the game that Jamaica played against Panama. That home game, that game that we saw as a catastrophe. We're just gonna look into it and see how best we can allow the people to understand what transpired. So over to you, Jerry. Should I bring up the video and share it? Or you
Yeah,
gonna
you
just
can bring it. Yeah, you can bring it up.
all right, cool. All right. Them want to lock the internet when they come on to analysis here. So I want to check it out. All right, now try to bring up the video and I want to see what can go on. Hey.
A highly anticipated debut for informed West Ham striker.
So teacher, we'll go through it. You're gonna tell me when to pause on them thing, right?
All right.
All right, cause I hear a time, you know. But I just want to let the people know. Last night, I got the what you call it? Copyright claim people. Me telling about YouTube, you know. So you see, even before me get a chance to delete that section, I got the copyright claim. So I had to do some deleting, and you know it sort out, but you see them video there. The only person who can get me in a problem with that video here now, Jere alone can report me. But him up on the show, him give me permission, so we'll go there so tonight. All right, so I bring up the video for the. Yeah, man. Welcome everybody else in the comment section.
Cancel the video.
Yeah, see it?
No, I'm not seeing it.
Mm. Oh, there it is now. You have eyes on it,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, I see it now.
All right, so I'm gonna play it. You just tell me when you need if you pause or whatever, so you can dissect it. All right.
Yeah, you can run it.
Mikel Antonio ended in a 3-0 defeat for Jamaica. There's absolutely no doubt that Panama went to the office and outclassed Jamaica. And so, I had to analyze this match as it was a shocking result for the Reggae Boyz after narrowly losing 2-1 to Mexico in the Azteca. Thomas Christiansen's Panama dominated possession and outplayed Jamaica in every area of the field. But before we get into how Christiansen tactically outclassed Whitmore, let's first look at how both teams were lined up. So Jamaica lined up in a 4-4-2 formation, having made 8 changes to the team that lost against Mexico, with Mikel Antonio and Kemar Roof making their debut. On the other hand, Christiansen kept faith in the same 11 that earned him a point at home against Costa Rica. Before we get into Panama's tactics in possession, let's first look at how they played without the ball, because that was important in how they managed to gain the upper hand. To start with, the Reggae Boyz are not known to build up from the back, but when they tried, Panama pressed them high. This made it difficult for Jamaica to advance the ball
You
through
can
the
stop it
thirds
right as a
and
coach.
force them to go long to get out of.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
All right. So as I was highlighting in the video, one of the things that Panama did was to high press us. Care about the video. Let me see if we can point out a few things. Yes, even where we're looking at the image right there, I've always said that I think the reason why we normally come under so much pressure in our build-up game is that our structure is sometimes off for me. So if you can look at the ball going towards the goalkeeper, if you can identify, we're playing a 4-4-2 formation. So we have 2 players playing centrally. We have a double pivot. But one of the most important things that you see, even in modern football now, teams who are implying that safe build-up, they try to have at least a single pivot or a double pivot close to the back line. So if you can see Daniel Johnson's position is a bit far off from the goalkeeper. So in our build-up play, sometimes because the ball has a far distance to travel, it is easier to cut off those passes. So the shorter the passes, the higher the accuracy normally is. So if you notice, there's a big hole between the back line and the midfield here right there. Advance the video, coach.
Their own defensive third. Panama at times dropped back slightly to allow Jamaica to advance.
Freeze.
The ball. but they made sure that there were no direct passes through the middle. This meant Jamaica now had to play in wide channels. When Jamaica played ball into wide areas, Panama's wide midfielders would quickly close down the Jamaican fullbacks to force the play backwards or to play long. This tactic accomplished two important objectives for Panama.
Bring it back to the image where they closing us down.
Players would quickly
Gone too far. I think that's all right. Even that one. Oh. All right. So even this image here, if we look at this image here, this would always put us into trouble if we look at our structure. All right. So if we want to move the ball out of areas, one of the things that we normally try to do is to get an overload. So if you can look at the right-hand side of the pitch, I think that's probably Corey and Arden. So the ball is on the left-hand side now, and we have two players way over on the right-hand side. So when the ball comes over to taxi, it is easier for them to close us down and outnumber us in that zone. While we have two players on the far end of the field who can't help us any at all, because in order for them to get involved in the play, we would have to switch the play. You understand? So, yes, they set us up into traps. Yeah, they force us to play into wide areas, but at the same time, if we want to maintain possession and to come out of these traps, we have to have at least 1+ player in those areas. That's a rule that we normally employ. So we try to have overloads. And in that case, just to say, if we lose the ball where we have, for example, a 5 versus 4, it is easier to recover the ball because we have an extra player. All right, so you can continue with that, coach. Move it along.
The Jamaican fullbacks to force the play backwards or to play long. This tactic accomplished two important objectives for Panama. It made things difficult for the Jamaican central midfielders to get on the ball, and so they had to start dropping deep to collect the ball. So with Jamaica no longer having central forward options behind the first line of defense to receive and progress the ball, Panama could easily occupy the central areas of the field. The other objective was to cut off the supply to Antonio and Roof.
The image showing so we have no central options in front of the ball. Yeah, right there. Yeah. So that is a common issue that we have. As I said, they blocked us from the central areas. And in the video, you can't really basically mention everything, but this is one of the things that I highlighted also. If you notice, we have 4 players behind or in front of their pressure. So it means that at the back, they outnumber us. So with both, if you notice our double pivot, both Rafael and DJ, they are either the Panama first block. So in order for us to progress the ball, the only option we have now in this case here is to play wide. And with how they are tracking, it isn't easy for us to play wide. So we just keep playing backward and sideways. So these are small issues that we need to fix to ensure that, yes, we have central occupation. And that also helps us in recovering the ball whenever we lose it. You can continue, coach.
I have a question. In that setup right there where we have the two central, and
Yes.
the eye block from the opposing team. It should be a case where one of the central is behind the block, the line of block, so that a pass could be able to go through there. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, because that is what we always, that's what I'm saying, that
Mm-hmm.
highlighted era. All right, we're building up and we're talking, it's a numbers game. So in
Mm-hmm.
order to progress the ball, we normally want to penetrate. So we know going through the middle is the easiest way. Quickest way from point A to point B is through in
Straight
a
line.
straight line.
Yeah.
Yes. So what we want to do is to have central occupation right there behind their first line. So they
Right. So
have
in the
two
highlighted
forwards pressing
area.
us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so they have two forwards pressing us. We don't need more than three players because three players, yes, supposed to be one enough, one plus to advance the ball. Secondly, as I always say, if we lose the ball, we still have one more than them. All right, so if you notice the big teams, what we used to have now, different variations in terms of build up. We used to have like a central mid drop in between the centre backs, they drop at sides. But if you
Mm-hmm.
notice now, a common trend is that most teams playing with a back three.
Right.
Yeah. And a lot of those teams now, they normally have a double pivot.
Double pivot. Right.
Yeah, you see that with Chelsea, you see that with Italy, Germany, a lot of teams. All right. So in this case here, as I said, it is difficult for us to progress the ball centrally. And the front two for Panama can always stay wide because there's no way for us to penetrate. And that now
Exactly.
even prevents the wider passes. So it gives us more trouble to find the wide passes. If we had a player in that space, for example, either a Ravel or a DJ in that highlighted area,
Right. So you'd
it
have
would
three
mean that
persons
in order
around
for
there
them
and
to
one advance.
yes, and it would mean for them to prevent that penetrating pass there, they would have to get narrow. That's the front two. All right, and with them getting narrow now, it
You have
opens
to
up
go wide
space on the flanks.
on the
Yes, for
flank.
us to go
Right.
wide.
Right. Right.
So this is a common issue with us not having good occupation at the central area of the field. So you
So the
can
structure.
continue.
So the structure
Yeah.
is always set up wrong. So it's not about what the opponents do. It's about what we do in countering it as well. Because if they
Yes,
have
because it's
the two block there, once
yeah,
DJ 16 go into that highlighted space where the red writing is, Ravel could come a little bit more central, and the three of them make what I call a term a basket, so that the player can go to the flank or through the line of block.
yes. Because that is what we want. Three, where we can use the central person to progress the ball centrally, or one of the wider players to bypass. So we would have what we call first line, second line, third line pass.
Mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm,
the
mm-hmm.
first line is like from a Moore to a Ravel. That don't bypass no form of pressure. But if, for example, Moore has the ball right here and then play the ball out to Hardin, it bypasses the first line of pressure, but it doesn't split the middle. So that's the second line there. Now, when you split the middle and bypass a line of pressure, that is what we call a third line. So we have to
Mm-hmm.
find ways to bypass that first line, whether first line pass, second line pass, third line, we need to get the ball. So the first line pass, so for example, the ball play to DJ now, him can dribble pass and break that line.
Yeah, man. And that no,
No,
I would say that no ABC, Jer.
no, it's not a matter
Not a
of
ABC.
coach don't know. Sometimes it's just how the game plays out and
Mm-hmm.
players wanting to be on the ball based on them or you just personality trait.
Mm-hmm.
Both DJ and Ravel love the football, so you will find both of them fetching at times. At times they go high, so it's not a matter of the coach don't know.
So I see a question coming up there, right? In line to the same thing, but you just answered that question. And what I would say to many times the players want the ball, or they want the ball to do the work, but they neglect themselves doing the work in terms of off the ball movement. You think that would have
Yeah.
caused the issue with, because if you always want the ball, that means you're not gonna do any work when you don't have the ball, which is critical, which is the off the ball movement.
I think we lack a lot of mobility. The after ball movement very poor from us, and that is one of the reasons to why we don't keep the ball well. Because when teams chucking us, what you need now is mobility. People moving out of position, dragging people out of position. Yeah, we don't have a lot of that.
Yeah, man. Because sometimes when you possess the ball to Coach Miller, it's not only to move the ball, and keep the ball, but you keep possession of the ball because you also want to take the opponent out of position, so you could exploit those empty spaces. And go ahead.
Yeah, the ball is like a magnet, So it attracts people. Sometimes you say, for example, you're going to play a medium or a low block, but the fact that sometimes the opponent, what they do, they lower you into the press, so they play close and let you feel like, oh, you can get close to it, and as you move out of position, oh, you feel like, oh, they're 2, 4 yards, 5 yards somewhere, you still can press, and eventually you find you're out of position.
Yeah, man. Somebody is asking if it really takes 45 minutes for you to, as a coach, to figure out what the opponent is doing.
I'm not hear that clearly. Say that again.
Do you take the first half of the game to figure out what the opponent is doing?
Sometimes it depends. It can take first 15 minutes, first 5 minutes. It depends. If you know what you're looking for, you know what is happening. Like, for example, you study the opponents, you can see movements, and you don't know that these are trends. These are how they operate. Yeah, so it's easy for you to see. Because later on in the video, you will notice that Panama, at the beginning, we were tracking them. As you go on in the video, you see it, and then they start to, like, use a lot of mobility. So players start moving into different positions and they start interchanging and all of that.
All right, let us advance the video.
Yeah.
Carry out class with more. No direct passes through the middle. This meant Jamaica now had to play in the wide channels. When Jamaica played ball into wide areas, Panama. This tactic accomplished two important objectives for Panama. It made things difficult for the Jamaican central midfielders to get on the ball, and so they had to start dropping deep to collect the ball. So with Jamaica no longer having central forward options behind the first line of defense to receive and progress the ball, Panama could easily occupy the central areas of the field. The other objective was to cut off the supply to Antonio and Roof, which would force them to drop deep into central areas to get on the ball. This meant Jamaica's most dangerous attacking threats were far away from Panama's goal. Notice how, as Morrison drops to collect the ball, Barcenas closes him down while cutting off the passing options to his right. At the same time, the other nearby Panama players are closing down his near passing options. Morrison is now forced to dribble to advance the ball. Now, as Barcenas continued to pressure Morrison, the Panama central midfielders remained in position to cut off all forward passing options. And as Roof drops into the pocket of space to support Morrison, and Jere tracks him and picks his pocket. This immediately led to Panama's first goal as Andrade dribbled through the middle before striking it past the Jamaican goalkeeper. So that's pretty much how Panama played without the ball. With the ball, they were far more impressive. But before we can understand how Christensen's tactic was a masterclass, we must first look into how Jamaica wanted to defend. It was clear from the start Jamaica didn't want to win the ball by up the pitch. And as they employed a mid-block during Panama's first phase of the build-up, forwards Antonio knew for a task to close down Panama's central defenders. Wide midfielders Burke and Reed would close down the fullbacks on their side, while Johnson and Morrison would trap Panama central midfielders. The idea was to stay compact centrally, prevent Panama from playing through the middle, and to force them into wide areas. Now, let's get into Panama's tactical masterclass. It was clear from their previous game against Costa Rica that Panama dominated possession through their deep line playmakers. And since Jamaica tried to force them into wide areas, Christensen used mobility and weight to attract pressure. Gaps in the Jamaican midfield, as well as space between the lines, where Rodriguez and Quintero would now drop the received ball. The idea behind that was to create space behind the Jamaican fullbacks, where Panama could exploit with players making runs in behind. For example, this tactic was seen at the start of the game and it continued throughout the match. Since Jamaica was so passive in their pressing and Panama had so much of the ball, Panama were now able to build with a 3-2-5 structure and create overloads against the Jamaican back four defenders. So since Panama had at least 4 players targeting spacing behind Jamaican midfield, it was imperative that Jamaica's 4 midfielders maintain their shape to avoid being penetrated. Panama's kept moving
we can stop it right there, of course.
tried to trap them.
All right, can stop it where I like our midfielders, the 4 of them. Further than that.
Further forward.
Yeah, it's after the tactical board. Yeah, got some. Keep going. All right, somewhere there. So let me see if we can see.
Well, I play it and then
Since
try
Panama had at least 4 players targeting spacing behind Jamaica midfield, it was imperative that Jamaica's 4 midfielders.
There it is.
All right, so one of the things is that if you can look at that image, we have a good enough shape. So they couldn't advance down the flank and they couldn't play inside. Yeah? But what kind of bothered me was how we defended, because I'm not sure if we wanted to chop man to man or we wanted to zone. Yeah? But with the matchups, as I said, mobility got the best of us. There were situations wherein, all right, we know that the left back would have been Corey, man to pick up, and the right back would have been Bobby Reed. Yeah, and we match up the double pivot with our 2 central midfielders. But the thing that happened that I don't think I highlighted it in the video. Whenever Goddard drop into areas, for example, they realized that we were tracking like that, and they couldn't bypass our midfield. So what they started to do now was for Goddard to start dropping to left back position and the other defensive midfielder. They start dropping to left back and right back positions. So what they did mostly was to target our right side. I don't know if it is that they did some homework on us or whatever, but they targeted the right side. So whenever the ball played to the left back, Corey would go out and press him. So when he played a negative pass now, which is a pass back to his defenders, would now try to get compact centrally. So Corey would come inside and don't really pay much mind, right? So what start happening now with the central midfielders who DJ and Ravel tracking, the one that Ravel is tracking, that one start to go in the left back position. So when he goes there, the left back, which is Davis, who Corey should be marking, goes higher than Corey, right? Now, when the ball plays into that position, Ravel stop tracking now because apparently we are doing a medium block. So I'm not going to go deep to follow the player. And when the ball play into that area now, Corey is forced now to step to that player. And that is how they start creating space behind and double team and hard inside. So it was kind of confusing to me. It's like we don't know whether we want to man check or we want to zone. And that is what happened why they basically created so many openings on the left hand side. But
what's coach, what really caused that? Because if you're in a matter of indecision where midfielders are concerned, was that based on instruction or they were being indisciplined? Because I wanted to ask that question even from when Ravel came deep for the ball, which I doubt he shouldn't have done, because he should have stayed in the.
Sometimes it's indiscipline on the part of the players because like a player like Ravel who loves the ball, when he can't get on the ball, I'm going to try to make things happen. So I'm going to drop into those areas. And sometimes it is good, as I say, if because we try to go back to that situation why we have a midfielder dropping into the back line. And it's normal to create a numerical advantage. So if we already have the advantage there, it doesn't make sense another player go there. You understand? So that can be indiscipline on the part of the player. But with the rotations, it happens because for example, the player drop into the left back position and Corey start tracking that player now instead of the player that he was tracking. That's why I say it can be confusing because now, if we go back to the principles of defending, we know that the closest man to the ball is the first defender, and the closest man to the ball supposed to apply pressure on the ball. You understand? So now that is where I think communication is a big problem, because if it means that the player who Ravel is tracking drops into that position and Corey assume the responsibility now, it simply means that Ravel should be looking now at the player who Corey was tracking. So it can be a lack of communication. There's a lot of things that even the players, it kind of confused me how they function. Because further on down the video, you would notice a ball that the centre back going to split DJ and
Ravel
Bobby Reed. That's basic defending. Because the ball go to the centre back. So when the ball go to the centre back, the ball is still in the central zone. And you know the opponent want to penetrate. So you must close the central zone first. So basic principle is while the ball move, that time we move. So at that, I realize Bobby start move. Yeah? Him start move to try to go, like him anticipating the pass going to the fullback. And that is why they're splitting so often.
And next thing though, coach, could it be the absence of a out and out CDM in that position that will know how to move and stay the time in their position, zone the areas and all of these things, rather than a Ravel who likes to get the ball, run out of position to get the ball? Do you believe that this setup, this team in this particular game really lacked that CDM in the middle of the park?
When you talk about personality trait, in that case, yes, because a player who is defensive minded, who knows his responsibility in terms of covering or screening the back line, that person won't get out of position. We have seen it with Grant, where he stays in front and he protects the back line. So yes, it can be, but again, basic principles, whether you're defensive minded or not, these kind of issues is like the mentality. Because we see, as I say, the space, defending, you know what the opponent want to do. They want to penetrate. And if they can't go through, they're going to play wide. So what you do, first you have to stay compact and deny them playing through the middle. Then while the ball traveling on the way to the flank, that is when you move. So as I say more than one time, like Bobby with moving without. So there's a disjoint with him and Daniel Johnson there. But again, communication, because it can be a situation wherein Bobby anticipating, so I'm going to move early. So once he move, DJ must move. So you understand? So it's a communication. Normally, these type of things when we're going to press communication. All right, we're going to cover. And we, talk as the game go along. So can be a different things. I don't know. So you can run the video and we see some of what I'm talking about.
Mute your mic when we play the video.
Midfielders maintained their shape to avoid being penetrated. Panama's midfielders kept moving, and as the Jamaican midfielders tried to trap them, they lost their midfield compactness. As you can see, Jamaica's midfielders have lost their compactness, and as Reed tries to close down Mario, this now creates a big enough space for Escobar to break the line with a penetrating pass to Rodriguez. Rodriguez has players ahead of him, trying to exploit the space in behind. Panama's fullbacks kept attracting Jamaica's wide midfielders, pulling them out of position and creating gaps between them and the central midfielders. As Reed anticipates a pass to Murillo and moves to his left, Escobar breaks the line with another through pass to Rodriguez. Again, Rodriguez has players ahead of him trying to exploit the space in behind. So with Aston protecting the space inside, space is opened up on the outside for a pass to Davis. Now as Aston steps out and closes down Davis, Barcenas makes a run in behind him. Blackburn and Quintero are now able to pick up spaces between the two Jamaican centre-backs. This was constant throughout the match, and Panama kept creating overloads against Aston. In Panama's second goal, we see the same play. A wide pass to Davis attracts Burke, while Goddard pulls Morrison out of position. As Barcenas checks into the half space to receive a pass from Andrade, Aston is dragged out of position. Davis now runs into the free space and receives a pass. Again, Blackburn, Quintero, and Rodriguez are now 3 versus 3 with the Jamaican defenders. A pinpoint accurate cross from Davis finds the head of Blackburn, and Panama were now 2 goals ahead. Despite Jamaica making changes at halftime, Panama continued their dominance and were able to add another goal and complete yet another victory against the Reggae Boyz.
So if you notice, the chance creation, it was a common thing now where the white players and the fullbacks, they had a good relationship, wherein one in, one out. So the fullback would go to the line, and then the winger now comes into the half space, and that is what they did on both sides, and they pull Taxi and Aston into that space. So when they do that now, they also, even as I explained, they build up with a 3-2-5 structure, and you will see that with a lot of teams now, a lot of big teams are doing that. So what they're doing now, they're creating a overload against the teams using a back 4. Yeah, so there's always a free play receiving there.
But Jere, it's easy to overload against a 4-4-2 or any like I said, any defense with 4 in the back, because if the fifth the flank players, that's where they're gonna target, right?
Yeah, they're trying. It overloads here. But what you notice now, remember they play 4-2-3-1. So the wide players now, when they tuck into the half space, it becomes something like a 3 versus our 2 center backs. Yeah, and then the wide players they keep coming up. So if we don't chop those players, they will always have that numerical advantage. So it's about balancing and knowing where you're going to balance out. Yeah, we're going to find that equality. Whether you're going to ask one midfield player to drop into those spaces or one of the wider players to trap the fullbacks.
Yeah, man. Good, very good analysis there by Coach Miller. People, if you have any questions, we have about half an hour to go for the call-in segment. You can call in or you can throw your questions in the comment section. And we see how best we can answer those questions. And just remember, people, you have to go and subscribe to the channel. You have to support the movement, people. This man gives you a whole lot of analysis over there on this channel. So you need to go over there and check it out. You can't lose our fight, trust me.
For Jamaica. There's absolutely no doubt that Panama went to the office and outclassed Jamaica. And so I had to analyze this match as it was a...
Any question? I said if I was... All right, may I check and find out if there's any question, Coach. People, you can call in. And let us hear your voice is what you have to say on this matter. I'm going to drop the link of that analysis in the... So I put that in the comment section. You can click on it and support Jere Miller's channel. Just click on the link, Roderick. A whole lot of analysis on the channel. So you can check it out. Run it up as quick as possible. So we have 170 people, and if all of you go over there and hit that. All right, so we have a call coming in.
Power on.
Caller, good evening, you're live. Hello?
Hello, Coach.
Yeah, man. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. Yes, good night, Virgin. I listen to your show and good night to the man that had a chat to you. I listen to your show, Virgin, and want to ask Virgin to analyze the game, I think, right? You understand sometimes players you get out of position, you understand, for whatever reason and indiscipline, but doesn't that have to do with coaching? Because tap off the shoulder a whole for this responsibility. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? So I believe that a good coach, you understand, is able to get the best out of his players. You understand? And when instructions are given, a good coach, you understand, getting players to follow that instruction. And it will never be perfect, but it will be, the instruction will be followed most of the time. You understand? So my question is, you understand, can Tapa allow this, can Tapa take us to the World Cup, version?
You're asking the coach.
Yes, man. Yes, based on how we analyze everything, we have the players, because we all watched Leon Bailey today. You understand? He can spin up among other players. So it's obvious we have the talent. If we have the talent and we are losing rank, we are going in a FIFA ranking. You understand? Top of the problem, Virgin. He's not the only problem, but he's one of the problem, Virgin. You understand? We don't wait till 2020 whenever. You understand? If your next World Cup, Virgin. We can make World Cup now. We can reach World Cup now. You understand what I mean? I say?
All right.
So, yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself and thanks for calling.
All right, coach.
Yeah, man. Cool. So the man basically I say, Miller, if if the coach is the man to take the team forward, that so like an on the spot question, you know. Any other call? If not, we're gonna drop the link, you know, can reach past the 100 likes. Man, I ask if you want the job, coach. You're mute.
No, not at all. The coach can do it, man. He just need time with the team. With a lot of players coming in. As I say, all right, even with the situation with as I said, with Bobby Reed and DJ, remember the ball don't play. The ball was at Escobar's feet, you know, and Bobby start move early. So it can be a situation wherein at his club they move early, yeah. But while he move, the next man closest to him move at the same time. So it can just be a situation wherein we don't have that because chemistry is a big part of it. No matter how you think about it, talent for talent, I think we have the best team. But if they are not accustomed to each other, it's going to be difficult. So with time, I could see if we can get it better now.
But many would say that you would have had time from
Not with these players.
Right. I wanted you to clear it up with that. That's why I made mention of it.
Yeah, so with these set of players, because you know a lot of all right. We have a lot of teams all over the world where coaches just get a bunch of talented players and put them together and they win. But a lot of that still need work. And I said, talent alone won't get us anywhere, because if that's the case, even the other day you wouldn't see PSG getting the result that they're getting. You wouldn't see Man U getting the results that they're getting. They would win with all the signings. That's how it goes. So it's about getting the players together and putting some work in. Cheers to fair. That's it. Time. It can work, man. We're gonna make it. We just need the players them to come in and get things together.
Them people are hit hard still, you know. They're not itching, no, man.
Yeah, they might go hard.
And they say if we wait for time at 2026, that's gonna happen. When it's gonna keep in a Conquer Cup region.
I don't know the ins and outs of that, but you know.
Alright, we are getting the next call. Hold on, we are getting the next call. Caller, you're live. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, coaches.
Yeah, man, evening.
Yeah, man. I think I called last week or the week before. The caller was asking me questions about the fullback.
Mm-hmm.
That we weren't doing enough work. I would like, Coach Miller to do an analysis on our fullback to see how much they contribute in the offensive phase, and as well as to our defensive phase, to see in comparison to the other teams in the region how we are stacking up.
You hear that, Jere? You heard that, Jere? You're mute.
No, I not hear that.
He's saying that if you could do an analysis on the fullbacks, because they seem to be, I don't know, in the caller's estimation that they have issues.
What kind of issues? We could talk about it. What kind of issues? Which fullbacks?
All right. In terms of, well, it's about them because if you count the games that we played, we hardly had any real contribution to our attack. And if you're gonna play a team that where the fullbacks are not contributing, I don't really think that team is going anywhere.
Remember now, you know, when we talk about how teams function, one of the things I hear talk about is like the formation or whatever. But it can mean that the coach asks the players to do a certain job. You know, I've always said we have different type of structures, attacking structures, build-up structures, and coach, depending on how they see their players, what they want from each player, they would ask. The Panama game, I saw wearing in the first half, I think Aston was going higher than Taxi dropping deep. For me personally, I would do it the other way around with the personality of the players. We could see in the Costa Rica game, Taxi going higher up the pitch, which is his strength. So it depends. It depends on what the coach wants. You know, as I highlighted, you saw where a lot of times even Aston going up and him and Corey in the same line. It depends, you know. So I wouldn't say yes, there's a problem, but I can definitely look at them.
Well, the issue that I have for with them is that we don't really put a lot of accurate crosses or crosses in general from our fullbacks. And to me, that is basically handicapping the team where you're requiring your wide forward to both cross and try and finish, and that is not possible.
All right. So I've always used a Liverpool and a Manchester City to explain this to people in terms of the attacking structures. Liverpool normally get width from their fullbacks. Trent and Robertson, them cross the football very, very well. So Liverpool tuck in Salah and Mane and carry up those players to give them the crosses. City on the other hand, they tuck in a Zinchenko or a Kyle Walker, Cancelo, and play them through the middle and gain width from like Jack or Sterling or Mahrez. Yeah. So it's all dependent on what a coach wants, how they see the players, how they want the football to play. So it doesn't mean that because you don't see our fullbacks going, they are doing something wrong. Maybe the coach doesn't want them to go that high, you know. So those are things that it's about the coach and what they want. So sometimes as supporters, we want to see otherwise, you know. Even, for example, the way the Jamaica team play. A lot of us as supporters want to see, yes, this nice knocking and build up and carry through the thirds and so. But what if it is a situation the coach don't like that style, you know? Some coaches want to get the ball away from the goal as quickly as possible. The further it is away from the goal, they believe that is less chance for them to concede. You know, while others believe, hey, we want to carry it slowly. It doesn't matter if we go and make mistakes and concede goals. So, as I say, it comes down to what the coach wants.
Yeah, but coach, here's the problem that I have with it. It's that we're asking our fullback to sit. Yet we're constantly getting beaten 1v1 because of some of the times because of overload. And if you're not contributing in attack, you're asking them to sit. And then you're leaving up the flank anyway. Something must be wrong with the coaching. And to me, this is what I have observed in terms of coaches who have taken over teams, that the players are not as familiar with his tactical instructions. The coach would constantly talk to the players on the field to get them in the position which he wants them. But our coach gets kind of stand up and look. I don't even know what the players are doing. We can see that the players are constantly out of position. Yet the coach gets kind of start and look.
Yeah, but man, I hear him so clearly, you know, coach. But
honestly, I never hear him clearly either. Carly, you want to repeat what you said?
the thing,
Yes, what I'm saying is that our coach, in terms of team, when new coaches take over teams, right? When new coaches take over teams, because the players are not as familiar with the tactical instructions, so they constantly telling the players where to go, what position to be in. So if our coach basically stand up and look, and the players are not doing, I guess, what he wants them to do, how can the team improve if the players are basically new?
no, I don't think we can look at that because you have different coaches, different coaching styles.
Yeah,
different personality. I've had my teams before where I sit on the bench and probably don't say much. Probably get up 1 or 2 times. So it depends. It depends on the coach and what the coach wants. As I said, the personality. You have coach who go and stay on the sideline and talk for 90 minutes. As a player, that annoy me fully. You know. So some coaches like it, some don't. So it's just personality traits, and we just have to understand that that's how it is.
Because
Okay, well,
all right, go ahead, Carl.
coach.
No, man, make your last point and then you can listen to our response. No, but we want to free up the line,
Okay,
so we want you make the last point, yeah.
Okay. For me, I want something like to do an analysis and our fullback, compare them to the ones in the region, in the local side. But let us just look at the World Cup qualifiers so far, and let us examine the results. Because I think of fullback well,
Nice.
and we're not contributing to the attack. I don't think what we're doing makes sense.
All right.
So that's the last point.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself and thanks for calling.
Yeah,
all right. It's basically saying, Jere, if you could do an analysis on the our fullbacks and the fullbacks in the region or in this zone right now. But what me I say still in a coach.
If I'm going to do an analysis on a player, it's going to be on the player in terms of the player's ability, what the player's strengths, weaknesses, and so forth. If you are going to compare, remember they don't play in the same teams with the same systems, style of play, whatever. So it's hard to compare, you know, to see what the situation. As I say, looking at our fullbacks, we can say yes, they're not playing how we want them to play, but as I say, it's about what the coach require from them. You know, so yeah.
All right. One thing that I want to mention though, Jere, I know that personality is very important in coaching, right? And even if you are you are basically an introvert, right?
Yeah.
And you give your team an instruction, and because of their footballing acumen, you expect for them to carry out that sort of plan to the T. But there are going to be times when they lapse, players are out of position. Are you just gonna be there with your personality and just watch them get ripped apart. If it's even shout out and say, Jere, remember, 1, 2, 3, or basket. We're not seeing the basket. You know, just to indicate to the players that they are, because sometimes they don't really know, you know.
Yeah, true. But we saw it in the last game.
Yeah.
We saw it in the last game. Whitmore do a lot of talk in the last game.
Exactly. Was it because things were on the line?
I don't know, maybe in the Panama game could have been.
probably not recover from something, jet lag or something. I don't know, true. But I mean, yeah, these are things that I look into because, trust me, for me, I will give the instruction and I'll watch the game. And if I see them a move away, Jere, I have to talk. I can't sit down and say no. You understand? So, as I say again, personality is different in coaching. But we see where Coach Whitmore would have done that in other games. And as they rightfully say, him sick. Him probably sick, you know? The USA plays 4-2-3-1. Looking forward to that game. What do you think we need to do to neutralize their attack? But is it only about neutralizing their attack? What are we going to do to score a goal as well? So we can't look on the one sided enough. Neil.
US 4-2-3-1.
But sometimes they do have 3-4-3.
What I've seen from the US team, they too like to advance their fullbacks. So from a defensive standpoint, I don't think we're going to high press them. We can always stay in a medium block and channel them. I think we want to channel them in wide areas. But the best thing for us, I think, is to catch them on a break. What I don't see normally when we win the football is that intent to play quickly going forward and have a lot of runners, which we have people who can really run. So, I don't see us dominating possession. I see the US doing that. So whenever we get the ball, I just think we need to fix our transition game and we should be able to get a result. Play the foreign born and really out of position.
Yeah.
I couldn't say because I don't know what they do in training. A lot of times, sometimes from a coach's perspective, they have a try to see from the coach. Coach is high. All right. A lot of times we as supporters we see our favorite team and we don't see our favorite players on the field and we say, how come Christian start? How come the man take off Christian? This, that. Sometimes you don't know the ins and outs, what is happening in the training ground, the conditions of the players. There are a lot of variables. So I couldn't say why the players are playing in the positions that they are playing in now. Maybe the coach think are the best for them. Because I don't think no coach want to lose. So based on his interpretation, maybe are the best thing he might do.
Yeah, man. All right, we have Michael Gordon from Connecticut. Go ahead, Michael.
Hey, good night, coach. Good night.
Yeah, man. Good night.
Yes, Mr. Miller. I saw the breakdown and it was very good, very in-depth. My question to you is, why are you not a part of JFF backroom staff for Tapa?
work with multiple teams, man. So
I didn't hear that.
On my job first.
Answer that question.
I can't. I have to focus on my job.
Let me ask some more politically correct. Are you affiliated with the JFF's coaching technical committee?
No.
Okay, let me ask another question. If this is not so, why are we interviewing people like Mr. Speed on your program and people like this is not highlighted to Mr. Speed? Do Mr. Speed know you?
Mr. Speed? maybe not, I don't know. But not because I can do this mean that they would want my help. They probably have persons doing a better job. You don't know it. There are a lot of things we can look into.
Yeah.
Well, the consensus on this thing here right now, with how many people online now, would have to say they don't have qualified people, because if Stopper is making rudimentary mistakes of formation adjustment and taking so long to put in players, why you can acknowledge this and he could not or has not done so before? Obviously, you are a man of talent that needs to be somewhere within the program and you need to be highlighted. And this is not a joke talk. This is something that should happen, that you are in the mix or someone of your ilk in the mix, because we are going to World Cup, but we want the best people. And if the best, if we tie a puncher, we need somebody to pump it up, and you are the man to pump it up.
Yeah, man.
There are a lot of persons out there, I think. I don't know. All right. I do these things because, yes, I love the game and, yeah, always want to see my country at the ice. But again, you don't know whatever I do in terms of my analysis and stuff is based on what I see, how I feel about it, and all of that. It doesn't mean that they will see fit. You understand? I talk about Mr. Speed. Mr. Speed is in the Premier League. I have a team there. I'm part of the technical committee there. Them have people. So I'm the least of persons in terms of help for them. I think they have a lot of persons. Probably we just don't know the persons and don't know what they are doing on the inside. You know? So I do this for fun, man.
Well, if you're doing this for fun, my brother, do it for fun for the country, you know? Offer your services to JFF now. Let JFF tell you no, then, if that's the case, because you or people like yourself should be there to help the program. So there is no shame in the technical committee, and coach, this on you too. You need to get Mr. Speed back and highlight people like Mr. Miller and show them, say, yo, you got people here that want to help and we're willing to help. Since them call for 12 man, this is part of the 12-man team.
All right, Mr. Garden.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Thanks for calling. All right, let's see our next person that call me. I'll see if we can get about that person before we run out for this.
Odvar, you know, easy, you know. Winning. Odvar, winning one cup no mean nothing at all, you know. And that is a big problem that we have in terms of our mentality, thinking people who win trophy really good. And that's how it go.
All right, we have Wayne online from Tallahassee. Welcome, Wayne.
Yeah, man, respect and enjoy the show and keep it up, man.
Yeah, man. You're live. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, yeah, my input in regards to the Panama game, right? I think because probably this is me probably thinking like the coach. Probably because he thought that the players who played in the Mexico game were gonna be tired for that game. So he used what he had. I think the lineup of Ravel, DJ and Bobby Reed in the midfield was to probably defend by keeping position of the ball. You understand? So the aim was to have the bulk of the position. But every time the ball, well, Ravel would drop deep to collect the ball and play it forward. But it's like every time the ball reaches to the goalkeeper, he plays it long to the other goalkeeper. And then Panama plays out from the back and pressure us. Because we have no defensive midfield, it's like when it comes to defending, our midfield was like butter, or knife to butter. And I can. So I think if you should look at the three games played, the Panama game, the Mexico game, and the Costa Rica game, you would see that our goalkeeper, he played a lot, or most of the long passes were played in that Panama game. You can check it out, do analysis on it. So I mean, I understand that the lineup that was bad in from the start, but I'm thinking that if it wasn't for those long passes and that put us under pressure, I think we'd have a better result. I don't know what you think, or I don't know what your the other coach think, but you can deliberate on that and let me know what you think.
All right. Well, you heard the point, Jere?
I'm not here clearly.
Oh. All right. Big up yourself. Hello?
Yeah, man, respect.
Yeah, man, big up yourself. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, man, respect.
Ah, cool.
All right, cool.
All right. A question there on the screen, Jere.
The prerequisite. Personally, Neil, I don't think we have a huge problem in terms of a traditional stadium. I've always said that. I don't think we have a huge problem. Where the game is going based on and this is my feelings towards it, where the game is going, I try to look at the best teams across the world and what they do. And I've seen where teams who are doing well now, they don't have a traditional CDM, but they are still getting the job done. It helps based on the type of players you have in your squad and how you want to play. So if, for example, yes, our team who does a lot of defending, yes, probably yes, we need a traditional CDM. And Grant, yeah, I think is very good quality, very good quality. She's the back line very well, but I think his mobility is a little bit suspect at times, but he can do a good job for us.
All right, there on that one. As a goalkeeper, a lot of back passes, Blake, that were awkward. Yeah, you think so, Jere?
Huh?
The back passes that the goalkeeper got, you think many of them were awkward?
You're going to find that a lot. Yes, at times during the game where the back passes aren't the best and the goalkeeper has to go long. But for me personally, for my liking, Blake goes long too often. There are many times in games where I've seen the centre back split, wanting the football, and Blake decide to go long. So I don't know, as I said, if the coach don't mind him doing that, but yeah, I think a lot of time why we build up don't really work. Him like going long, like playing long.
All right. Yeah, man. So people, the lines are closed for now. The call-in line, and we we have dropped the link so persons can jump on. Mr. Neo, you can jump on, come make all of them points that we are making. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
May I try to find what am I say? Would we better off with a 3-5-2 for the US game in a mid block? How would you select the team for the USA game based on, among other things, the personality of the players?
Me.
Yeah.
All right. First thing first, based on the players that we have, where let me just say, as I've said before, I think they need time with all of the players with the current pool to basically go through what they really want to achieve in terms of how they want to play everything. So if it is that yes, we have everyone in working with and everything, I would personally go with a 3-4-3. I think that would best suit our team. Again, the formation for me, it can be 4-3-3, it can be 3-4-3. So for example, let me explain something to Neil. The Panama game we played 4-4-2, but based on the players that were on the field, I personally wouldn't mind, yes, defending in a 4-4-2, but in terms of the attack, I would have used a back three with Hardin, who has to play a lot as a centre back, with him, Moore, and Pinnock. Pinnock plays in a team with a back three. So it would basically be the three of them in their comfortable state. Taxi now, who loves to attack, I would attack in a 3-4-3. Bring up Taxi, I wouldn't play Bobby Reed on the left. I would play him on the right and play Corey on the left. So in the attacking structure, keep the back three, DJ and Ravel there, since they were the players there. Carry up Taxi with Corey playing on the left. When you bring Corey inside to give Taxi that space, Corey become a center forward. So you'd have Corey, Burke, Corey, what's the next one? Center forward. Corey, Roof, and Antonio. Three of them would be the three central players. And on the right side, you would have Bobby. So we would get that 3-2-5 structure if we want to play that way. You understand? So I think the players that we have would do well in our back three. Whether the 5-2 or the 4-3, I would go for the 4-3. And I think that would be good for us against US in terms of transition. The 3-4-3, players like Bailey and those players who can run. Yeah. Go 3-4-3, defend in a 5-4-1 and play quick in transition against them. Because I don't think we get enough time to gel where we can play this attractive football that we want to see. So with that, we normally do well in games that we sit deeper. So just fix up the transition game. The players near one. I don't know which 11. When they ask him, me to select 11.
Yeah, man. if you don't mind.
We have available. 3. Moore is injured, right?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Back 3. Could be the same Hardin, Low and Pinnock. 4 in middle. Taxi outside left. I'd go with Grant and
I know it's an on the spot question, but I'm just intrigued because you
I'm not
mentioned
sure. I really would have to look at it and then
right.
tell you. But off the tip of my head, no, I can't tell you right now.
Okay. All right. I'll be satisfied with that. But I'm a big fan of your work, and I think that all of us fans benefit from having somebody like you who can actually break things down, and the positions on the field and explain what's going on. Because sometimes, we all like to talk about the eye test,
Yeah.
well, you help us to think about what we should be looking at. So my respect for that.
Yeah, thanks much, man.
Yeah, man. We just want to put this out there. People, wanna go subscribe to your channel. We want the channel to reach 1,000 before the end of the month. Of people, share it to all of the people them that you come in contact with. Good stuff you're getting, no doubt about it. Good stuff. All right. Some of you will learn some more about football if you have, and if you don't know it, on a different point of view, you'll be learning the jargons that are used in the game, some stuff that some principles of the game and those stuff that you'll be learning. So it's a good channel. Check it out. Me drop the link in the comment. May I get it again? Coach, you want to copy it from your thing and drop it in the private chat, then me send it to the yeah, man. Somebody said we share it to the coach. Yeah. So looking at Leon Bailey's game today, Neil. What are your thoughts on the game? Because the man put in a good shift, Good shift.
On mute, yeah. I hate to admit it, but I wasn't able to see the game. But I heard everyone saying how well he played. People giving him a 9 out of 10. It's regrettable that Bailey seems to shine when he's playing for his club, and we are unable to get that out of him when he's playing for the national team. I do not think for a second that it is because he doesn't want to play for the national team or he's not focused. I'm sorry to say it. I just don't think that we're making I don't think that we're taking the measures necessary to get the best out of the players. And I know we talk about chemistry and we talk about the coach needing more time. But unfortunately, time is upon us. And, I think that, I don't know, I think more work needs to be done, including work like the one that Jere is doing in order to determine where best Leon would be suited on the field, and we can get the best out of him when he's playing for Jamaica.
Is the best out of him on that left hand side, or is it on the right hand side, based on the team or the structure of our team?
Yeah, I always believe that that he would be better suited on the left hand side.
Mm-hmm.
It just seemed like a more natural fit for him. But the truth is, coach, I cannot. Listen. The type of player that Bailey is on the level that he's at, I don't see why either side would be a mistake. I don't think it's the side that you're putting him on that is the issue. I just think that we fail to isolate him, right? We fail to isolate him, and so what he's left to do is to run at a defender who is sitting deep, and him have to go beat 1 or 2 man and cross the ball, right? Or I'm going to try and cut inside and take a shot, but him have two defenders sitting deep who are there waiting on him. And so what we fail to do is to, pass the ball around, have off the ball movement, pull people out of position. The team, the dynamic of the team is we're too static. And because of that, there's no space for Bailey to exploit. There's no isolation. Him can't use the assets that he has. And so the assets are wasted. And I mean, if you think Bailey's just, I'm sure that the teams that we play against are surprised because they must be thinking that this is a different Leon Bailey, not the same one that play in the Premier League, not the same one that was playing in Germany.
Yeah. Miller, you taking the game today?
As Neil said, we need to get him isolated, and not just him. Even in the last game, the Costa Rica game, what Corey was doing, you could have seen that all we needed to do was to get him isolated with that like left back, because he could run them all day. So I don't think we're doing enough of that, getting our wingers isolated so they can really, really utilize their 1v1 skills.
Yeah, and surprisingly, the most effective winger we seem to have is Taxi. I mean, that's just great.
You might get in the crosses then, right?
Yeah,
sorry, the thing about it, I've seen where a lot of teams, they don't do a medium block against us. It's either they're going to press us high or they're going to sit deep and deny us space in behind. So I think for us to really, really get the best out of these attacking players, we must be able to attract some form of pressure, to carry up people, whether we want to create this space in between or behind. But we need to at least get the ball to these players in favorable conditions. Getting the ball, routing the ball upfield, having these players having to challenge for balls and have 3-4 players in front of them, we won't get the best out of them.
Who want to take on a question there? We always say that the players are poor for their country. What is the recurring element with all these players who shine for their club but tush when playing for their country? You don't know that name, like Jere?
Huh?
You don't know that name up on the screen?
Yeah, man, Mr. Smith, man.
Okay.
But the thing is, as I say, when the players are coming from different teams, it's hard to see, boy, what the situation is, what is asked of them. We on the outside, I don't know if anyone here has information from the inside, but from the outside, it's obvious that they are not what they are like in their clubs as it relates to the function and what they are giving us. So, I don't know. As I said, personally, I just don't like the structure in terms of how we look when we're in possession of the ball. I just think too many times when I look at the team, players just all over the place. We're not structured like, this is what we want to do. We want to carry people this side, carry the ball that side. So for me, it's like, we still don't get it together. So it's like we're just trying, and we just have to work on that. I don't know how soon we can, but hopefully that we see against Costa Rica isn't because of the Costa Ricans having an aging team, but signs of us getting better. So I'm just hoping it is signs of us getting better rather than we just played a poor Costa Rica team.
I have an observation to make. I saw that, Tapa was a lot more vocal in that game than he was in the Panama game. Um, Not quite sure why that is, and that's not really the focus of my point. But he pulled Maggie aside and spoke to Maggie. And what I saw Maggie starting to do was he was definitely more aggressive. But what I saw him do was he had Speedy on the left or the right, and he was being flanked on both sides by either Grant or Speedy. And I think with that, with the pair of them behind him, he seemed to me to be more confident to distribute the ball on the wings, right? And not necessarily go up the middle of the field, or rather, there was a little bit more unpredictability that they, because of their setup and defensive credibility behind him, he seemed to create more of a surprise option for Costa Rica. They had to take him seriously. They had to come to him, and I think that just that alone created space on the wings, right?
Yes.
And most of the times we don't have somebody in that pocket right there. It's the same thing you showed in the Panama game. We don't have somebody right there on the right there in the circle or above in that space, right, to hold the ball for a minute or two and have a player advance at them, and by doing so create that space. So I think that yes, the Costa Rican team was an older team, but I am going to say that I saw some signs of improvement there. and
Yeah.
at this and at this point, you know, um, there are debates about which player is better and if them play in England or them play in USL or MLS. But my question to you, Jere, is whether or not, I mean, it seems on paper DJ is supposed to be our, more experienced
Mm-hmm.
Cam, but I just, I don't know if I really see DJ being what I saw Maggie do right in that game that I mentioned. I haven't really seen DJ done that, and so I'm asking. It seems to me that going forward, that I'm coming around to the idea, that Maggie is definitely for me a starting option when it comes to that position.
Yeah. Definitely. What Maggie gives us, is what we definitely need, as you mentioned earlier, to allow players, for example, the fullbacks, to advance up the pitch. Because with him playing in between the lines there, he's the type of player who is going to hold on to the ball, he's going to attract pressure. And when he attracts players to him, as I said, it opens up space and time for the other players to come up. So definitely that is what we need, what we have been missing for a long time. As I said, these are the things that we need to look at, how best we can maintain this kind of standard in terms of, yes, structure, having players playing between lines. Because you know what I've highlighted with Panama, consistently, Rodriguez and Quintero, they were coming in between the lines, dropping and picking up those balls. And as soon as I can't remember, I think I heard someone said something about more talking about the overloads that we were up against. These are the things, because with a player like Maggie or whichever player we have between the lines here, picking up balls in those areas, it will definitely force the opponent defensive line to either drop, creating space in front of them, or step, creating space behind them. So I think, I hope the team, the coaching staff and everybody looks at what we did against Costa Rica and see how best we can improve on that for the next game.
Yeah, and I mean the thing about it is that we say what we see is Ravel loves to drop deep, below that is in that area and is a lateral pass. You know, but you know he basically connects the defense to the midfield, but he's the midfield. I don't really see Ravel as a number 10 or as a cam. You know, it's more of a number 6 type player to me, right? And then when it comes to DJ, DJ is a very good player. Right? I don't know. For me, him just seemed to release the ball a little bit. He always seems a little bit out of step with the wingers in my, estimation. And you know, there's no comment on whether or not he's a good player or not, but that's something I think that they need to work on.
All right, say Coach Karum have a comment. You have 3 ways to attack our opponent. Goals attacking down flanks with crosses, second direct style from back to front, and play off the second ball. We can attack through the middle. I agree with that.
I not fully understand. We have 3 ways to attack our opponent goals. Attacking down the flanks.
So one is attacking on the flank with crosses. Second, direct from back to front, play off the second ball. So that a long ball it look like.
Yeah.
And we can attack through the middle.
Oh. No, that's how you go.
I mean, I know that. I mean, I don't think I can disagree with that. The question is whether or not is he saying that we should be attacking through the middle. I'm not quite sure if it's an observation or a question.
All right. The thing about it, from my perspective, is understanding the game, understanding the situation, and making decisions based on the situation. So it can be a situation where you say, all right, we're going to attack through the middle. Now, if it is that we're going to attack through the middle and the team is very compact centrally, they are going to nullify us. We cannot attack through the middle anymore. So as the game progresses, it's about action and reaction. You understand? Counteraction. So the team is playing compact centrally. We have to play wide. If they are open, we go through the middle. You understand? Whether we play long ball and play for the second balls, all of those come down to the type of players you want that you have.
The setup the team have, the opposing team has.
Strength. You look at a Burnley, and yesterday they have Chris Wood and Ashley Barnes and those guys who are good in the year, and they play to their strengths. You understand? They're not going to try to play like a Liverpool or a City or a Chelsea to bring the ball through the thirds. No. So it depends on what you have and how you see it fit. Because for me, there isn't a right and wrong way to it, because everything comes down to philosophy. Personally, from my days of playing, I like the football. So I think the best way to do it is to carry it through the thirds, progress it stage by stage. Other coaches don't believe that. You know what I mean? Again, we can always stay on the outside as supporters and say the team should play this way. But I can tell you this. Coaching teams to play a particular way, especially attacking, is not easy as it looks. Or you see the Man City and all those possession-based teams play, it's not an easy task. Check all the coaches that you know in your lifetime and see how many of them back Brazil and Spain and Argentina, but yet still the teams that they coach play like Stoke City. And you ask why? You understand? So we can always stay on the outside and say, yes, the coach now do this, but it's not an easy job. I can tell you personally.
I did ask to Karum say the coaching thing. I know easy something, but Karum say a coaching easy. I love it. But everybody who do coaching love it. But it's not an easy job. It's a tough job, man. Tough job. Cause when things now go right, at the coach, when things are going right, you know, the ballers them get the praise. You know. So
Karum said, Brownstone, them used to play some nice knockings.
Cataract, big up yourself and welcome.
Respect, Jere.
Big up, coach. Big up the panelists, Jere.
Yeah, we just did a run through the analysis of the Panama game, and they are talk about some ball like Leon Bailey.
How much time we had Dissect game? Is the worst game Jamaica ever played.
Yeah, man, but we show it from Jere's point of view now, though.
So
learn from our mistakes.
So it looked better from a different point of view. Come I watch it from me. There were 3 seats so far. I watch it from this, so then I watch it from the single chair, and then I watch it from one love seat I have. And from every angle, it did look really
so why
I know that there's another angle.
No, man. Why you watch it so much time? Why you watch it so many times?
I said, because and I want to put to Jere. This is really what came out to ask him. I want him to dissect the revolutionary formation that we saw against Panama. The 3 number 9 alongside 3 number 10 formation. I want you to please dissect that. And so that I don't have to talk again, if you can just hark back to the 4 right back formation that we had for the last 10 minutes against Mexico. From a footballing perspective, I want to understand these seemingly revolutionary concepts that Jamaica executed in order to get no points from 2 games. Yeah. I'm a serious one, I'm a joke, but really would like a football in mind.
You understand what I'm saying, Jere?
Huh?
You understand what Cataract say?
If I understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, majority of what I'm saying in terms of, him talk about 3 centre forwards and the field and all of that.
Yeah, so just break that down, your assessment of how is this the future of football? Is Tapa ahead of his time, where we will see teams playing 3 number 9s on the field, and then at the same time they will play 3 number 10s. Who might need to mute, coach? Somebody might like that. Ever 3 number 10, Sergio. Just break that down for us. You had just if you just want a reminder, you had Kemaru, and then you had Mikel Antonio and Corey Burke, and then you had DJ Daniel Johnson, central attacking midfielder for Preston. It looked like me. You had Ravel Morrison, central attacking midfielder for Derby County, on the field at the same time. Yeah, just break that down and tell us, is this the future?
Coach, don't answer him. Don't answer him, coach. Don't answer him.
No, please. No, Cranky, with due respect. With due respect. Hold on. Coach. We sit down 2 hours.
Come on, you know. I was there, come on, you know. And I had to come on. Rephrase the question. Rephrase the question.
I am not going to be bullied. I asked a question from a point of view of knowledge, and I broke it down twice. No, Coach, Mr. Cranky, when you were needed the other day to break down the and you'll be needed because I'm going to ask you about the whole what you are chumping up, because remember now the Jamaica Football Federation, according to the news that I saw, Sports Report, has called everybody who has to do with football into a meeting, including the man outside where I sell by the cat. Everybody for chump up to see how they can make a money. So I will come to you. I have questions. Yes, but it's true. It's in the paper. They call all directors, all staff, everybody in a football, right? But Sergio, I really want to know about these formations, the 2 that we saw.
And the 4 right back, if you recall, we had Alvis Powell, O'Neill Fisher, Javale Brown, and we also had Mariappa that can play right back on the field at the same time. And if you could, anyone, I researched to see if it was international right back day. That's why the coach couldn't take off any right backs, because that day on September the 7th was International Right Back Day. So all right backs had to be on the field at the same time. Can't come off once you go on. Yes, understand. I'll shut up now and wait for the answers.
I can help you, coach, if you need help.
Yes, as it relates to squad selection and those things, I don't talk much about that because as it relates to that, personal feelings and all of those things, I don't talk about that. If we talk about the game itself, I can break down what I see and so forth. But as it relates to players, starting players, positions, I don't really like that part of it. I will say a thing or two, but personally,
no, it's just the last. It's the last 10 minutes. We're just trying to come to grips with the last. I am trying to come to grips with the last 10 minutes in the Azteca, where there were 4 players who have played right back before. And I mean, come on, you can't be coward, Sir Jere. You're on the coach's desk.
And that's why I said it earlier. It's about. I've always heard you people say it on this show and other shows. Is who the coach trusts. And as a coach, personally, I can tell you that's another thing. You will get players who have been better at their clubs or wherever they're coming from. But when they come into your team, they don't fit what you want. So I won't say why those players were selected to go on the pitch. The coach alone can say it. So I don't know. If you want to ask who I'd have, I would probably choose a few different players. But as I said, being on the outside is different from the inside. I don't know if anybody have inside knowledge, but I don't. So I don't know why the coach select who he chooses to go on the field at any given time.
Okay. You have a fan on or something?
Huh?
You have a fan.
I must say Nia, man. Nia come back.
No man, Nia is mute.
Nia's mute? Then I must Jere can be mute too.
Yeah, you have a fan on, Jere?
Yeah, Jamaica hot, If a Jamaican dead hot, so it must have something on.
Get her up mute now.
It said about players that the coach trusts. So I'll break it down even further. Maybe you could shed some light on the trust reposited in O'Neill Fisher, who I suspect wears 2 jerseys at the same time that he comes on the field, because he always seems to assist the opposition to score. But I mean the trust reposited in O'Neill Fisher. I want to understand that one, and then I want to understand the trust reposited in Javon Hacker Watson.
These are all rhetorical.
3 minutes, 2 touches, 1 foul, 1 yellow card against Costa Rica. I won't be like Richard as I speak, but please share what these trusts are. I want to understand as a fan. And you are a footballing mind, Coach Jere. Yeah.
Question directed to.
To Jere, Sir Jere Miller. This is a footballing question, and Jere is a footballing mind. I want to understand the trust reposited in Hacker for that 3 minutes that led to 2 touches of the football. One of the 2 touches was a foul and a yellow card. That's That's just, I want to understand that, and I want to understand the trust reported in O'Neil Fisher, as you see it, at the right back position. Who's a wonderful lad.
Jamaican Guna answer the question.
Yes. He'd answer the funny
No. Coach, I'm going back and bake my bread pudding outside. I'm going to come by the program.
Cataract, you get a cooking spree from over there.
All right.
Yeah,
Jamaica.
Yes, so please,
right.
Jere, and don't duck my question. Please, explain, I'm going to break it down. Explain the 3 minutes of Haka in the Costa Rica game. That essential 3 minutes.
No, you're Cataract clearly, you know.
That may be a good thing.
All right, he said that if you are hearing me, he said that could you explain the 3 minutes that Javon Watson would have gotten in the game at Costa Rica? What did it do in terms of the game for the team?
Coach, I can't answer them type of questions. I don't know. You see, when it come on to players going on the field and what they are given to do, I don't know. What I can analyze is the game based on the moments of the game, the phases of the game. So I can tell you what principles govern what we do in attack, what we do in defense, what we do in transition, and those basic things in terms of what they are given to do in terms of responsibility. So I don't know. So when you see players go on the field and what I don't know the intentions behind it. Sometimes we just have to question it. Just like how you have questions, we have questions in my head just the same.
So I'm asking you, let me break it down again. Have you as a coach ever sent a central defensive midfielder on in the last 3 minutes of a game and say, I want you to only touch the ball twice and I want you to pick up a yellow card. That's important for the team. Now go out there, lad. Get that yellow card. Commit that foul with the 1 or 2 touches. Have you done that?
Frank, I think the coach need help.
All right. When you send players on the field, Cataract, you're looking at the game itself and you say, all right, this is the situation, all right. 3 minutes leaving the game, you're under pressure, all right. This is what we want to do. We want to block up those places, deny. It's not like, I don't know, I don't think a coach going to send a player out there, don't touch the ball, foul these players, do this, do that. No, unless probably we're not understanding clearly what you're asking, but I don't know.
Is it possible?
Coach, why are you answering the question? It's not a question. Right. It's a statement. The statement is. Can I get a few words in? Can I get a few words in? You've been dominating the conversation. Here's the words.
All right. You see, when it come on to the players, when it come on to the players, I don't like to assess them individually like that, just without looking at, as I said, the moments of the game. So, for example, I'm going to say, all right, the last couple minutes of the Mexico game, all right, we're in a good position to get a draw. So, all right, if it is that the coach, so I'm looking into the coach head now. All right, Grant look like him burn. It can be the situation there too, you know. All right, Grant look like him burn, so we want a fresh leg. No. It can be a situation where, all right, you look at it and you see him brought a new vessel, and you're looking and say, all right, him fresh, and him have legs, him can probably help us in transition. You don't know what the coach is thinking, you know, because it could be a situation where you say, all right, we're going to put on a player here to, yes, block up the space, but at the end of the day, the player personality makes a difference. So, as I say, it comes down to the coach interpretation of the whole situation and what he wants. if you ask me personally, I probably would have made the same change with Grant, but probably for a different person. You understand? Maybe I would have made the same change asking Peter Lee to do that job. When him don't carry it out, is a situation where those who watching, whether spectators, whether other team members or whosoever, see the error now. We're going to highlight it and say, yeah, if Grant was there, Grant would have probably blocked that pass. And there are a lot of different things that you can look at. So personally, I wouldn't say the player come on the field and him not offer the team nothing, and the player now do this and the player now do that. No, I look at it based on the principles of the game. If the ball play to a wide area, as I was speaking earlier about Corey pressing, yes, the closest man pressed the ball. The situation was that Corey was supposed to press the closest man to the line. The closest man, which was Corey Marker, went high up the pitch. Now it's a decision to be made now because Ravel player dropped in that area. So it's all about the game itself. We're not going to get up and say, the player not play this and that. Yeah, probably in a little quarters, but no, not out front.
Okay, so your answer really is no comment. I up to you. Stan?
I can get a word in. I don't know I can get a word in. I mean, it's very hard to do so in this forum. So I'll say a couple of things. One is, Coach, I don't know why you answer Ketara question. It's not a question, it's a statement. Ketara, you're saying I don't agree. I don't know. Wait, you and Minzy are in a coaching fraternity. You can't say certain things in certain forums. We can say because we are fans. And Ketara knows this and he's still putting you on the spot. So I'm not sure why he's doing that. So I'll say a couple of things. The only reason I came on the program tonight is because, Coach, you actually know what you're talking about. Because normally I hear coaches talking, I laugh and say, you don't know what you're talking about. You actually, when you break it down, I didn't watch the entire program, it does make sense. And the most important thing you said was around when you play, because people sometimes confuse formation with how teams play sometimes. Like today, Arsenal was in a 4-3-3. They didn't play 4-3-3. They play almost 3 at the back today, and Kitini was running down the wing. Right? So because of the way you set up doesn't, and my philosophy is always this, the way you play sometimes is how you defend. Some people say, well, he played a 4-3-3 and he defends in a 5. I'm like, well, if the wing back is all the way down the other line, they lose the ball, how are you going to come back to defend? You can't defend. So that 5 you're talking about doesn't work. So how you play, a lot of times is how you defend, because there's no choice. And it all depends on where you lose the ball sometimes during the play. But I say this, Coach, you actually know what you're talking about. It's a good thing we have you on here. We should have more tactical sessions, because it helps people like Ketarak, who has no idea what they're talking about, actually learn the fundamentals of football. Because he likes to run his mouth sometimes, and he doesn't spend time. He looks at a lot of stats, and he looks at a lot of players. He doesn't spend time to learn the tactics within the game, how the strategy are employed, who goes in what position. When you explain about Tax going down the wing and Burke going inside, even though I don't think Burke being inside help anyone, because you mentioned about Burke being wide and getting by players. Burke doesn't really go by players. He doesn't have the skill to go by players. He may be able to run by them, but can he set them up to go by them? Doesn't really happen. And also the whole question about, go ahead, Minzy.
Finish.
The whole question around Tapa. Now, people need to stop beating Tapa. He's the coach, for Christ's sake. And he ain't going to change until JFF change him. So until JFF change him, let's support the coach. Doesn't make sense we go in these forums, we beat the coach. All you're doing is making the coach create negativity in the air, right? Because he's the coach. Until JFF says, you know what? He's no longer the coach. We can't use him anymore. We need a change. And I'm sure this period coming up the next 3 games is going to be the decider. He doesn't get results. I'm sorry, but you have to make changes because you don't have a lot of time left. I'm not waiting until 2026. I need a World Cup next year. Then you may have to make a change. But until then, I think the fans should support the coach, regardless of what they think about the coach's acumen, his strategy, whatever he's doing. And frankly, the coach has a staff. So, you know, he's supposed to be getting suggestions from Paul Hall and others, should be giving advice about how things work. And I agree with Ketera. The last game we played in Mexico, the question is, even coach, if you decided you need more legs on the field, how you, as you said, importantly, which is, has the player ever played in that position? Does the player have the discipline and they know how to apply themselves in that situation you're putting them in? Or is they going to fail, whether they have the legs or not? So put the players in position where they can be most effective. I know you want to jump in, Minzy, so jump in.
Yeah, you made a good point, about the stats, because from day one, we have been talking about the eye test, right? Which I believe that the stats and the eye tests are coupled, right? But more and more, I think, I'm not sure if it is sofa score. I think they need to add a next element to this whole passing accuracy or what, because oftentimes the players pass the ball in their own half, and that's not an effective pass in terms of helping the team to go forward. You understand? In terms of making advances on the attacking end. And then you look at the next statistical forum or platform that gives you the breakdown, how many passes were made in the opponent's half versus passes that were made in the opposition half. And I think that as a forward, you want to be making a lot of passes in the opposition half rather than in your half. And as a defender, if you're going to make passes, shouldn't it be the passes that are advancing, a long ball or a through ball or whatever, outside of your half? Because trust me, the stats kind of pretty up the thing for real sometime.
So, coach, I disagree with you vehemently. Sofa Score is a good site for giving the base stats for people who go into betting, right? That's what it's there for. It's there to provide the statistics to help those people who are betting sums of money. Who's going to score? Who's going to score when? What's the score line? They have a vested interest to ensure that those stats are accurate. Otherwise, you think we are not the people that are their core business, right? Their core business are those people who bet in China and the hardcore betting places in the UK. So they have their accurate stats. I use Opta Performance Index, which can tell me, or which tells us how many forward passes, how many backward passes, how many sideward passes, lateral passes, whether the lateral pass was left side or right side. Right? So I don't base my thing on sofa score, although if you're doing a cursory thing, looking at the heat map, etc., it's good for that.
So why you disagree with me?
No. I'm saying when you said that the stats don't have that, I'm saying there are sites that carry those statistics and you
Yeah,
can
but I
break them down.
did indicate that.
Right? But I really wanted to get to stand with the man. I'm not bashing the coach. I support the coach. I take beating in here for the coach, right? I take a lot of beating because I've said Tapper is the coach. I see Tapper the coach until November 2022 because I don't see how the JFF can afford to release the coach from his contract. So it's how best things work after that. I disagree. I understand, Jere, if you want to say I'm a coach and I can't comment on anything. That's why the police don't report on police when then the police kill it. And we know what that led to in Jamaica being on a blacklist.
Such analogies.
Yes, because somebody is killing the team and killing my dream of going to a World Cup. It is happening. And to me, what I wanted to say to him is could the coaching fraternity, Theodore Whitmore is the national coach. He has been the national coach and he has had success. But could the coaching fraternity, I don't know, get together, visit Tapa and say, look here, Bertrand, we know you're under a lot of pressure. We could all sit down here and have a seance, right? And look for the thing. It's his job ultimately, right? But I don't know if that's helpful. You're in the coaching position, but when the thing is going badly wrong, 1 point from 3 games, there is no good angle to look at it. In every area of the field, we are not performing. Maybe at left back, Taxi Lawrence, right? Maybe at CDM with Grant and Speedy, that combination kind of getting there. improve it. But everywhere else on the field, it's not working. And I am challenged when a respected coach like Jere would say that you take off Grant and bring on Vassell to bring fresh legs. You pointed out that Vassell links up players, etc. But you know what Vassell doesn't do? He doesn't tackle. He doesn't have a defensive bone in his body. And people have known that from schoolboy football. So the only reason why I'm not happy, man, is because me never spend about 1,000 US dollar for fly go to Mexico but take a team. Because if I did spend that money and go support the team, better, I would be livid. Because that's when they see most fans get upset when they see things, when they have put their hard earned money, sweat, team and tears. I'm not saying that another player the goal couldn't score, I am saying that as a fan, we have questions. Last thing I'm going to say, and Stan, I rebuke you because you know English football. When Gareth Southgate made the error again, not made the error, when he chose not to make any substitutions in the Poland game, and Lewandowski made the pass, the cross in the last second of the game, the cross and the ball was headed in, and Poland equalized with England. Gareth Southgate, who is the coach of arguably one of the 3 or the 4 most fanatical teams around the world, Italy, Brazil, Argentina, and England, in terms of fanaticism of support, had to sit down in front of the media and explain his decision. He had to. Now, it is, I'm not telling you, man, a right or wrong decision, but what I find is the silence. Tell us, fans, so we can understand, so that I can go to the man in the bar and say, yo, that's why I do. Because Peter Lee Vassell has transformed into a hardened central defensive midfielder in the USL, unbeknownst to all of us who watch football. And therefore, he was important for him to come on. I can't justify them thing, brother. I can't lie to myself and fool myself.
Nobody's saying, get it right. No one is saying when I said justified. Now, we all agree that some of the decisions are made, like playing, I don't know what formation we played in Jamaica, just probably 1940s formation. And some of the decisions made about changing the Mexico game, you do question the changes. But it's done, right? You can do about it. And sometimes you can explain certain decisions. Coaches, look, it's easy to coach when you're not the one making the decision, right? We all agree with that. But coaches should also be challenged about the decision making. And as you're right, it's not only Gareth Southgate. Footballing nations were passionate nations. The coaches are provided more to the media, right? They understand their expectation. They understand what their role is. And Gareth does a brilliant job of engaging with the media. He's actually brilliant. There is no question about it. Whitmore, and I must say this from what I see, is not brilliant with the media. In fact, Whitmore looks like he doesn't want to be anywhere close to the media. He doesn't answer the questions directly. He's not comfortable, and it's very obvious. And that's what it is, right? I mean, it is what it is in that department. You can't, if you say he doesn't come and explain to us, maybe he's not comfortable explaining. Or maybe he believes that he doesn't want to explain to us, and his business is not your business. I don't know.
So how many days now has it been since the Costa Rica game? 2 weeks?
Possibly.
Plus.
Yeah.
We were told by Mr. Speed that there was going to be a review, technical committee, the coach, and they would have the reports in.
Yeah, but there's a difference between the internal review that's done, what's done on the field and communication to us versus what's done behind the scenes in terms of administration-wise, right?
Right, and I accept that, Stan. But what I'm saying is, after you have done the review, it is only ethical, and I choose my words correctly. I don't need to see the 90-page review of the Panama debacle, but at least there should be something to come out and say, well, the technical review is completed. We don't know if it has been, and these are a couple of the broad findings, and this is what we're gonna do maybe you're not gonna say okay, you're not gonna alert the opposition. But in the world today, people know when you set up your lineup or you play. It's no big secret. Everybody watches you. There's the internet. This is not 1990 or 1980 where you could hide your tactic and hide your team sheet until the last minute and then gotcha. It doesn't work like that. Everybody can see everybody now.
What question for Jere?
So,
sorry, Ketra. I thought you were finished.
I just want to say the stand that it's important, I think, and I want to ask Jere if he doesn't think that something, we don't need to know the entire details because the emissary said that we have no right. And I don't have any rights. I have no rights whatsoever at all. But yeah, I just want to hear if you are comfortable with the level of transparency and communication with the stakeholders who include the fans. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, Jere. So I wanted to ask you. I've heard people throwing about this term recently, plug and play, right? And it seemed to me that plug and play.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the coach will have a system that he plays, and he will get different players and play them in a position in his system. So, for instance, let's say I'm playing 4-4-2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Although that position did not serve us well recently. But as I say, I'm playing 4-4-2, he always plays this position or plays it most of the time. And so, he knows that he's not going to play people out of position. And even though he's getting new players, which we've been doing, players who haven't had time to gel and form chemistry, it's not such a big problem because he's just switching out one right wing back for another right wing back. And therefore he can, for want of a better word, plug these players into his system. Because one of the problems we seem to be having is we are finally reaping or getting some of the talent, whether from the UK or from the MLS or USL, wherever, we're getting are being played out of position, right? So I guess maybe the whole concept of plug and play means, I mean, is Tapa playing the players out of position? I mean, is he failing to do that and therefore failing to unlock the potential of the talent that we are getting right now?
As I said earlier, we don't know what happens on the training ground because that's where I think the decisions are made in terms of who you select, why you select them, and all of that. There is a coaching staff. I don't think it's one person making all the decisions. So I don't know. In terms of the players and the positions, we have seen players who play multiple positions playing in different areas. We have seen, for example, a Bobby Reid play right across the front line at Fulham. So I don't know if it's a situation where the coach asks them to do a job wherein it seems on the outside that is a problem. You have specialist players for specialized positions. So for example, all right, we say Taxi. We know Taxi is an out and out left fullback. So if it is that we ask him to play in a back three, maybe he can do a job, but it wouldn't be his natural position, and as such, you won't get the best out of him. So probably we're having these issues because players are not in their comfortable positions. But as I said, the main thing for me is that all of these talent, they haven't had enough time together for me to just say, yes, this is it. Yes, we see there are errors, as I've pointed out. For me personally, I don't like the structure in terms of we're attacking structure. Defensively, I've always said it. Our structure is fairly okay defensively because you can identify that, yes, when we defend in a 4-4-2 or a 4-3-3, 4-5-1, and you can see it over and over and over. Repeatedly, we can see the structure and we say, yes, this is what we are trying to achieve defensively. Offensively, that is where I sometimes question what we're trying to do, because it's not like I can look at 2, 3, 4 games and see consistency in what we're trying to do. So in terms of where the players are playing and what, I don't know what they're trying to achieve. So I just leave it as that.
So, Coach, I have a question for you. Regardless of what you're trying to do, if you can't keep the ball, how are you going to accomplish your offensive objectives? So if you want to attack to the wing and I can't get the ball out to the wing to attack to the wing, I can't achieve my objective. If I want to go to the middle and I can't progress the ball and penetrate, find the space between the lines to penetrate, to reach my forwards, then I can't achieve my offensive objective, right? It's easier to me in football to have a defensive structure and be able to defend than to attack, especially if we're playing against a team that was mobile as Panama.
Yeah. All right. I don't know how much you would know about, like, for example, game model. If you look at, for example, a RB Leipzig under Nagelsmann last season or previous seasons, you would have noticed that they have a game model, a style of play. Yeah, so their thing is quick verticality. So they like to play a lot of vertical passes. But if we go to the game, in the game as it is, as I said, the first thing you want to do is to penetrate, right? Now, what do you do when there's no space to penetrate? So as the game progresses, as I say, it's a decision-making game, you know, because you can come out and say, this is the way we're going to play, but the opponent is going against it because, as I say, it's action and reaction. So I want to play through the middle and the opponents, they are close in the middle. I have to find another way to bypass their pressure, right? So whether I'm going to go to the flank, whether I'm going to go long, it depends on what I, as a coach, or my team plan. Some things you cannot plan for. You cannot plan for everything in the game. So even though you have a style of play or whatever, you cannot plan. And that is why decision making is important in the game. That's why we talk about the principle of creativity in the game, because what you plan doesn't work. And that is the moment that players have to use their initiative and solve some of the problems.
Yeah, but Coach, if you look at the Panama game, I didn't look at your break in the Panama game. I didn't have a chance to view it. But when I looked at the game, for example, we seem to have disparate parts all over the field. We're playing 2 CDMs, or a CM and a CDM. Neither one of them are really true defensive-minded, frankly. You know, Rabbi does play deep for Derby, but his main job is to get the ball and move the ball forward. He's not a true defensive person. Neither is DJ. What DJ up close when I was in Orlando didn't rate his defense at all. At all. And he's not the most mobile too. To me, always, if you're playing CDM, unless you're a Grant who's going to stay in the middle and don't move, you need legs to move up, down, across. I didn't really see that. And against Panama also, we're using Roof and Antonio both in the center forward position. And we have no one to get them the ball close enough. We didn't have a McGee close enough to get them the ball. So Ravelas will go get them, try to get them the ball, and the ball can't get up there because they're pressing us really hard. So if somebody's pressing you, you can go in a number of ways, right? Which is, if you come press me real hard to my goalkeeper, try to get the ball behind you. If I can break that line, then you're backing up because then you're in trouble. If I can't break that line, the question is, are you pressing me really high? I can go behind the entirety of the team. We had none of that in that game.
And I want to say, Cranky, that is one of the reasons why, personally, I don't really like to talk publicly about some aspects of the game. At halftime in the Panama game, you notice the coach made changes. So Rafael was one of the players that came out. Now, as I highlighted, with us building up, trying to carry the ball forward, as you could see, while DJ was deep, Ravel was deep also. So it could mean that it was a situation where the player was indisciplined that caused all of those issues. You understand? So again, sometimes you can say, oh, he's a coach and this and that, but when you're not on the inside, some things you cannot tell. As I say, when you look at the game and you break it down based on what the game should look like, based on the situations, then you know that we have issues. One of the important things you mentioned, you see Maggie between that lines. You saw it against Costa Rica. He wasn't a player coming deep. You understand? So that was good enough for us to be able to create chances. So probably the instruction was for Ravel to play between the lines to receive and play to the attacking players. We don't know.
Yeah, what McGee does, which we don't have anywhere in the team, is McGee has the ability to go even deep. He be pressed, he turns on the press, that player is out of the play. He did in Orlando against Costa Rica. That's how the goal got scored against Costa Rica again. He turns on his man and leave him there. You know, he's gone. Now it's wide open because they're playing man-to-man press. So if I beat my man and my man is out of the play, I'm now wide open to make a decision and go left and go right and go straight. That's how he did it in Orlando when he dismissed the play and the crowd got all woozy about the play. He progressed the ball and we created a chance, I think it is. And against Costa Rica, he got the ball out to Taxi with the same play. We don't have any players in the team who have the ability in the midfield to lose their man and create mismatches when they go forward. So if you're going to be pressed and you can't do that, or unless you're going to move the ball quickly, then you're going to be challenged. If you're pressed. Yeah. So if you're pressed and you can't beat your man, or you can't make your pass quick enough to break the line, then you're going to be challenged.
And it seemed like DJ wanted to pass the ball quickly, and McGee wants to do that turn.
Now, DJ, I'm not talking about DJ. I watch DJ play. I don't know where DJ fit into the team. I'll be honest. So, I just don't see it.
For coach, I've tried to give time. I realize most of my questions will be answered, but I'm going to ask them anyway. Jere. So here's the thing. I'm not solely laying all of this at the foot of Coach Whitmore, but I think that the program is dysfunctional. I support Leeds United.
Yeah.
And Marcelo Bielsa has his type of player that he's looking for. Any player that comes into Leeds has to work hard off the ball, has to have the lungs and the legs to be able to press at a high rate for 90 minutes or 60 minutes or 70 minutes, whatever time you're on. So he goes out and looks for these kinds of players. So for example, tongue in cheek here, Bielsa would never spend £10 to buy Anthony Grant to come to Leeds. Anthony Grant don't play that kind of game. Right? He has an eye for what he's looking for. I think our recruitment in England is highly flawed. It really is a matter of whosoever may come. It's not a matter of who do we need to come. It isn't. So until that's addressed, it's a potpourri, a hodgepodge, a mixed bag of treats that you just bring come from England and then try to tap in it. So you have Daniel Johnson, Ravel, and sometimes Bobby Reed, who can play CAM as well, on the same field. We didn't strategically go looking for a right back. We needed a right back like our dried peas need water. we somehow just thought, no. So I am solely laying this at the foot of Coach Whitmore. I think the whole structure probably is functional. We are the only team that start by putting together our team at the start of the World Cup qualifier. Others have been doing it for 2 years, some 3 years in advance. And there's not one player that has come to us from England that was either in contention for England, right? Or of a sufficiently young age that they think they would be in contention. All who have come, early 30s, late 20s. Liam was never in contention for England central defensive spot. Ethan Pinnock was never in contention for a central defensive left-sided spot. Tyrone Mings, all them boys there ahead of him with the left foot. James Charkowski, right? Daniel Johnson could sleep safely at night knowing that he wouldn't be driving along and be stopped by the police to say Gareth Southgate is looking for you because he needs a central attacking midfielder. And the same can go for Bobby Reid. He wasn't in any danger of ever having his phone ring during his sleep with Gareth Southgate waking him up. So my question is, why didn't we get these players 2 years ago? If you are truly seeking to build a program and build a solid team to qualify, you can't build a team in the middle of the thing. I keep saying this over and over, right? The players don't know each other. They don't play with each other. Some man don't like each other because some man tackle some man hard in our league, right? And
so Cataract, if you're saying all of that, Cataract, then why would we be lobbying for those players?
No, I am saying.
Or why should we lobby for them?
Because we are in a crisis. What are you going to do?
But a crisis upon our next crisis, what's the answer we're going to get?
You have an immediacy. Take it, Coach Jere, I hope you come back. I hope that's not your 3%. You have an immediacy. And that was that the team that you were. What happened to the JFF, is that if there was never any strike by the players, not one of those English players would be called. It was a desperation, back against the wall situation. And so the players are needed, but you have to recruit them in the right way. So here we are. So here we are for 2026, right? And we had a player like from April, Keto Taylor Hart, got his documents together to start, right? And you don't call him frontal. You don't reach out to him. You know when they're going to call Keto Taylor Hart? 2025 at the start of the qualifier again, the Gold Cup. Them time, that's when they're going to call him, and then make it look like, oh, we can't continually be doing that. You have to build a team. Stan, if you can come and say something, I'm going to enjoy my bread.
No, there are a couple of things. One is we have agreed on this program. We've talked about this ad nauseum, which is a number of different things. All the factors are intertwined. The lack of resources, the lack of competence, the lack of foresight, the lack of vision, they're all intertwined. It's not being harsh to the JFF, it's a fact. We have seen it with the negotiations with the players. We have seen it with the more recent events, the Japan trip. We have seen it with the player recruitment. It's not something new, Cataract. So when you bring these things up, they're not new. They're what we know, what we have seen, what we have heard. And we can't help them save themselves, but they don't want to save themselves by getting people in the positions who are competent to run the program. The fact of the matter is, as you're saying, the recruitment process is flawed, but then you have to have resources to send the coach, we've talked about this, to England, to go recruit players, right? The coach should be there like Southgate does, in the stands, watching players, talking to their coach, getting intelligence. You should have a team that's helping you do that. We don't have that.
Yeah, but Cranky, on the other hand, Cranky, even though we don't have that, could it be a case, this process that we have been using, quote unquote, it is working. So why can't it be utilized and bring in the players early? So we can see if players them come to train, and then we decide if or not they are good enough for the program.
So coach,
No. Let me answer the question, which is, Coach, it goes to, we talked about resources. So if we want to bring where are we going to bring the players? Are we going to England to watch them train as a team? Or we bring them here to watch them train? The logistics has to be worked out before you can think about what you want to put in place, right? So if you say, you know what, I want to see how the players play. Is Whitmore going there with his staff to create an environment where they have a affiliation with some club where they all train together? You're going to bring the local players to train with them? How are you going to do it?
You can track players. You can track players.
So, Coach, yes, yes, I'm a sound man and I don't know nothing about football. So allow me to speak. Okay? And I'm not bipolar. I say what I mean and I mean what I say. And Kevin Campbell, you're a full-time critic, so anything you say, big up the whole team, Cataract. Coach, I'm saying this. This is not rocket science. Theodore Whitmore played on a team with the following persons. Marcus Gale, Fitzroy Simpson, Paul Hall, Dion Burton. He never played with, but he has Darren Moore, Joby McAnuff. All it took would have been somebody using their head and write a letter to say, look, dear ex-players who are now in coaching positions, for the 2020-2021 season, could you please identify any players that you have played against or coached against? Or here is a list of players that we have that we may be interested in. If you come up against any of these players, can you send us an assessment of Ethan Pinnock? So Darren Moore could have given you an assessment of Ethan Pinnock home and away, right? Paul Hall was at QPR, could have given you an assessment of Ethan Pinnock home and away. Darren Moore at Sheffield United Wednesday. Dion Burton would have been in the stands at West Brom. I don't even think they would have asked you for any money because they are there anyway. It's not like something extra, right? So the coach don't have to get up and lift up and go fly up there. He can entrust these things to say, all right, I trust Paul Hall, I trust Dion Burton, I play with them man, I trust Marcus Gale at Brentford. So if Marcus Gale tell me, say, Ethan Pinnock got a real deal, okay, I'm going to nothing. You know what I found instructive about what Mr. Speed said on this program? He said, you don't need to look at a player, no, you have Instastat. What I thought he would have said is, we're going to get more game tape because you can sequester or solicit those game tapes to watch. You can call up Brentford and say, look, I'm interested in calling up Pinnock. Could you send by what you call it again? Zip file, some videos of the following games, so that coach can watch. Because if you watch 3 games of a player, you get an idea of what he or she can do, right? These things are not done. So, and I'm not bipolar. I'm not saying you mustn't bring English-based players in. I'm saying that they must come in at least 2 years in advance of anything. There must be a continuous recruitment. You must bring them in as young as possible through the U17, U20, U23, so that they develop in the culture of the Jamaican football and they become full internationals instead of coming at the last minute, shoving at the program. And I'm also saying, in case for Kevin and those persons who don't understand, that they critical thing is who and how you recruit. Not because a man playing at the Premier League means he's suited to play for Jamaica. Right? We have a critical problem with finishing. Yeah, coach? We create chances, but we don't finish. If I were in the shoe, my every resource, my every muscle, fiber, every plan would have been to get Ivan Toney. Because every single scouting report points to Ivan Toney finishing as 5-star. For whatever reason, Mikel Antonio doesn't score more than 10, 12 goals a season. Movement scored more than 10 something goals for the last couple of seasons. He doesn't. So I wouldn't be looking for Antonio as the finishing thing. I'd be looking to him to add to the striking pool, but we're still short of a clinical striker. The closest we have in terms of scouting, stats, watching them play for 1 year at Leeds is Kemaru. That's the closest we have to a clinical striker. We need, I mean, it can't happen now because we need Ivan Toney or like how dry peas need water. Or if you far fetch a Mason Greenwood, you don't throw all my egg in that basket. But nobody's looking at what we need and plugging and look at what we think. And if I just one moment and ask, I want to ask Stan and maybe Crocs and Neo and even you, coach. Let me tell you what is the gaping sore that's showing. And Neo would call this the key piece of evidence in the case against JFF if you were presenting it. When we needed players to play against USA, right? And they pull open the drawer and find everybody who did write into them to say them want to play, and then call them up and say come on the plane to go to Austria because they couldn't find a full team because of the strike. The JFF didn't call Nathan Ferguson and Jamil Matt. Very clinical striker, but injury prone in Jamil Matt, and Nathan Ferguson, who's playing left back at the time for Crystal Palace, were two born Jamaicans. They didn't call Zach Brown at Norwich at the time. They called no born Jamaicans. Javian Brown, who was at Morecambe, I think. He's been born Jamaican, but he represented Jamaica at under 17, the under 17 World Cup. They never called those players. So the evidence to me now says that they didn't even know who they had available. It was a rushed decision. And we are now left with this. It's not a strategically put together team. And Tapa has to work with it because that's the circumstance that brought him to it. That's why I don't beat him as badly as I should, or I don't. Outside, I mean, I always support the coach and I always support the team come game day. But that don't mean I can't be critical or put critical thinking on. And I'm asking you, what do you think of Anstan, the fact that 4 holders of a Jamaican passport were overlooked in the mad dash for that USA game?
Say
go ahead, coach.
I would say probably they don't know about these players, and that is what I'm going to stick with, because they probably don't know about them. They probably have never seen them, never heard the name, because many times we hear those things. Qatar, I don't see a ton big cook from what they have. Pot of soup now you bake. All right. Look like somebody there over, Anyways, different things. Oftentimes these persons say that they don't know of these players. I don't believe, or I don't think that these persons would, I'm not sure, if them take the time do like us and find out the Jamaican players and watch them and follow them on social media to see where them are going out and all of these things. I don't know if these things happen from inside. Probably we know a lot more players than the powers that be. And it's not because we don't have nothing to do.
So, coach, we can't help being a soul man. So, I like set people up in a clash thing. So, we give you a thing. So, you're saying that the JFF does not know of Giovanni, whatever his name is, striker playing at now, who played on the 17 World Cup for Jamaica. You're saying they don't know of a player who represented Jamaica? We are trying to make some excuse for people.
No, I know excuse. But cataract, it has tear we down the face with them. All right, why them never call him? Is it because they don't know or they don't want him? Two things it could have been.
So, coach, what the problem is that they have no system. The whole thing is dysfunctional. And your video frees up in the coach. May I tell you, I have to go old school. I just play the record player. Yeah, try use the Bluetooth thing and I mash up. And I would love to hear Cranky's take on it. Why were 4 Jamaicans? Every time I watch Sky Sports News and things, I always heard Jamaican born Jamil Matt scores again. That time he was playing for Newport. At that time, he had even gone into the playoffs for Newport, and the matches were on Sportsmax, the League 2 playoffs. And Newport lost to, I think it's Forest Green Rangers, Rovers, right? And he scored in the games. So how do you not know of a player who has represented the country before? Stan?
Yeah? I think you're asking rhetorical questions, which you know I can't answer. I mean, you're asking rhetorical questions, right? I mean, so what you want me to answer a rhetorical question? We have talked about this ad nauseum, which is the JFF is not the most organized organization. I hate to use those words in tandem. And frankly, we're not surprised about certain things. Now, I'm not sure some of the players you call it, they want those players. Mr. Speed, when he was here, I've heard him say this before, he's very focused on, if you bring me a Premier League player, then I'll get excited. If you want to bring me players, even when he's talking about Anthony Grant below that level, then I don't have the same view on them, right? So we understand that. I don't think we should talk about the JFF and their recruiting capabilities or not, right? Because that's not working. The question for us is, as we go forward with this next games that are coming up, what's going to be the strategy? Will we have English players? Will they get together quicker? Will they work as a team? Who will be able to visit what country? Who's eligible to visit the US versus wherever we need to go to, right? Those are the questions you should be asking versus the historical perspective about recruiting, because that's not going to change anything. It is what it is. The focus should be on, you know what? First of all, and I said this to you way back when, will we be able to finish the qualifiers? But let's not even go that far out. Can we even play the next set of games, given the monetary situation we find ourselves in, which seems to be very, very challenging? And can we afford to pay for the players to come play, or do they have to play at their own pocket? And if that's the case, will they do so? Those are the more pertinent questions, which do I have a team that I can select from to go play the next set of games? Because right now we seem challenged.
Yeah, I agree with you, Cranky. I mean, you know, I appreciate Cataract's disgust. You know, I understand it, and I think, you know, I mean, we all have to take a step back. I don't want to dwell on it, but you know, this was all happening during COVID. You know, player strike. You know, I mean, we could speculate all night long as to why they didn't call those players. You know, but the more constructive thing to do at this point, and I'm not dismissing Cataract's point, because, you know, I am, in a sense, we have to also plan ahead. So those issues that he brought up is something that we'll have to address, you know, as we go along. But the most immediate concern right now, as you said, Cranky, is how does the coach, listen, you know, if Tapa is watching, if the players are watching, the task before the team now for the next game, for the next few games, which is very important, is how can we, knowing that we don't have the time that Coach Jere Miller said that we need to develop this chemistry and to gel, knowing that we have limited time to do so, what can we do to make the team a functioning unit? Right? The USA, we're going to play them in Texas. They're not going to Texas to lose. They want the points, right? So we're going to have to go there, and we can't have another game where we only have 27% possession and we run at us all night, right? People been saying, oh, maybe Honduras is going to be the hardest game. Well, Honduras on paper is going to be the weakest opponent we have. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a must-win game, right? Because as between Honduras and Canada, I still think that Canada is better than Honduras is. And so one of the reasons why I believe Coach brought on Jere Miller tonight is for us to be able to, take a very close and analytical look at what is happening on the field and what are the things that definitely needed to be addressed. And so, this is where the brain trust. These are the things that we need to address.
We still have freeze though.
Yeah, man. So what I have done is that I've decided to take things into my own hands, and I am preparing for the 2040 World Cup. Coach, I sent you two pictures. I don't know if you could share them, Coach. Coach, please share those two pictures. I've decided to take matters into my own hands for the 20. So I took my 2-year-old nephew out to Real Mona, and he scored his first goal. Got him his Real Mona football shirt top, and so Javon East, we won't need you when you're 37, like Haka. I am doing my part. When coach sort out, coach can put it up. And look here, if when I have any family picnic, only just bring them in a game because we have to find some talent pool. Reason why I'm not entering into the discussion that you said is that I don't know if the JFF has the first dollar to buy a plane ticket for anybody, including Damian Lowe. So I would not be surprised if on September the 7th, you see a set of USL players and MLS players.
September the 7th?
October, when the game I play? October 2nd?
October 7th, yeah.
October 7th. October 7th, my apologies. Right? I would not be surprised. Jermaine Taylor, get yourself ready at age nearly 40. So I call up. The whole of the man that will play ball in the USL because I don't know if they can afford the first plane ticket. The first. And anybody who come from Jamaica, our fishing boat, them go on and land up a thing like him on the last time. I don't know. Because with what if what is to believe is true, somebody's not coming clean.
I just want to jump out there, Keter, and say this. Yes, we know that the JFF appears to be having financial issues. We read the financial statements. There has been statements in the newspaper. But this is not the first time that the JFF has signaled to the public that they have financial issues. So all I'm going to say is that in analyzing the situation and gathering the information, we have to be careful that we are not dissuading the players from making themselves available because we are telling them that the JFF is not going to be able to pay them or fly them to the game, right? I don't know what they're doing. I don't know which sponsors will come on board, What I will say is that it is the best of times and the worst of times, because although they are in a financial situation that is bleak, they also have players available to them who are, world superstars, if not world class, because people debate that term. And so I could see them getting a sponsor easier now than they would have in the past. So I'm not willing to go out there and say, speculate too much how bad financially things are. I'm gonna, that part is not something that I can control. In fact, I guess maybe I can't control much, but I don't know. I don't think it is useful for us to wash our dirty laundry in public where that is concerned, only to the extent that, as I said before, these are things that impact players, it impact creditors, so I just be mindful of those things when we talk.
Neil, I'm sorry to say this, Neil. You're way off on that. Here's why you're way off. They publish in the Gleaner they need money.
Yeah.
This is not something that we concoct up in this forum to say you need money. They come out and say, you know what, we got to go source money from whatever source we can because we're financially challenged. So it's not like we are bringing this up here. They're the ones who said that in general public between the financials we saw. And guys, remember, this is COVID period. Syria, Bundesliga, La Liga don't have money to go buy players, much as a JFF who have no gate receipts, who have no sponsorship. They're in dire strait.
Yeah,
I don't see how they're not in dire strait.
But saying that we need money and that we don't have money to fly players to the game, I don't know. It seems like
no, we speculate that do they? We're not saying they don't. We say we don't know if they do, given their financial situation. And we have heard some tidbits of what has transpired behind the scenes, suggests that money is tight. In fact, more than tight. And the question that arises: will we have enough resources to continue in the campaign, given our financial situation? Or, as you said, would somebody come and bail us out? Because right now, well, when I look at the financials, when I look at what they're saying in the general public, it looks like the financial reflective of their financial situation, which is not pretty. In fact, it's dire, frankly.
Yeah. I want to defend myself. Sir Neil, I'm not washing any laundry in public. The technical director of the director of the technical committee of the Jamaica Football Federation, let me get it correct, came on a public platform, more than one at which man is man at a platform when Cronky and I were on it, and he repeated about the cost of flying players from the UK, and that was a serious consideration for the JFF. I didn't want, and maybe coach might have to stop them starting to think, but they have to come out and just be a class selector, because at the time, if you remember, he ran, because I wanted to ask him if it isn't more expensive to fly a player from Sweden and Egypt and Kuwait than to fly them from London. So his argument didn't hold any weight, really, right? It's just anti-British born players, and that was exposed. But the whole anti-British born players within the JFF, because it's more expensive to fly players from Turkey, Sudan. They'd have happily flown Albas from Sudan to come and play, right? But then say it's too expensive to fly a Premier League style baller.
Yeah, but Cataract, there's one difference though. Some of those players, Jamaican players, used to fly economy, not business class, which is much more expensive.
No, but
and the English players, from what I understand, they want to fly premium economy or business class.
But the Jamaican players stated that they're not flying economy. They were the ones.
Now, but they're used to. They may not. They
no,
do
but,
it now.
They're the ones who raised that as an issue in the strike,
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that, Neil, it's not us. We are not creating this. It's not breaking news that the JFF is broke. That news has broken already. Sorry for the pun. I just think that it's clear, because that's. I mean, you're renting the stadium. They haven't listened or haven't heard anything about renting a smaller venue, getting FIFA to approve maybe Catherine Hall, which is a smaller venue and it doesn't cost $5 million to rent Catherine Hall. If you don't have any fans. So I don't know. and coach is fighting against the local born Jamaican next generation player. Can now share my screen of the real Mona tryout today. Go on.
Coach look like him freeze. So just freezing up.
It was the
in Jamaica credit.
All right, coach, move one side, tap your forehead. Then you move.
He blinked.
Oh boy.
People.
Big goal.
This is a 2.5-year-old putting his first goal in. You understand? But this is real Mona tryout for sure.
But Cataract, he scored without any opponent, Cataract.
No, hold on. I figured you were going to say that.
I don't see any opponent.
Well, was there any opponent when Jamar? See, there's the coach. There's the coach showing him. And was there any opponent when Javon East missed that goal? No opponent.
The opponent was behind him, and the goalkeeper was on the line. I could see that.
Was there any opponent? But if you have any youngsters, man, and they bring any youngsters go to a local football club, because I only just talk and think, I act, bring your local youngster to, a local football club, get them involved in football from an early age, teach them the love of the sport, so that this thing for the Reggae Boyz can live on beyond us. You understand?
My only hope is that you're not coaching him.
No, as you can see, there's a licensed coach at Real Mona.
Hey, the Cataract, two things. Shatta asked if his soup finished, and Pagan is asking what happened to the pandemic discount where the players then forget on the plane.
So the first thing is, Shatta has been eyeing my soup pot. Shatta, you normally hear the dogs barking. I have 2 large pit bull. If you try to jump my fence, you understand? That me I tell you.
Shatta hungry. Shatta hungry.
The funny thing, coach, yesterday the man said a dog soup. Now the man beg a bowl. He locked up. Me said you locked up bowl. Just tell me where you are. Big up Kingston 6 peeps. The whole Birmingham massive. You see what I say? No, hold on now. Joe, it's not me beating Javon East every night, Javon East beat me on a lonely night in Costa Rica with that miss. So, there you go.
All right, so we have Jere and Crooks on. Show a curtain boss. So now officer.
Well, coach, Mr. Sambala play in the rightful positions today in the UK. Then we say Ravel play CAM in a victory for him team. DJ was again playing regular position. CAM at Preston was impressive out there. Also say Rico Henry and Pinnock, good partnership on the left side there for Brentford in another clean sheet. There was Southampton. So the pairing of Kyle Walker Peters, who had to revert to the left side and then finish the game on the right side. So he played 2 positions in 97 minutes today for Southampton. It's a very intelligent baller, skillful and disciplined. And him give Walker, the starting right back for England, give him a lot of problem today out there on the field. After pinning back actually on the left, after had to pin him back in the defensive half a majority of the game because of the threat when possessed going forward. And Redman was really good today too. So, like Cataract said, we can't do the whole 9, 10 at one time, but we need to integrate the very important players them who can improve the positions then, because Right now, the backup for Taxi is Bell, and I don't think that Bell is in the class of a Kyle Walker Peters.
I didn't know Coach that Dre had a sports club,
Yeah, man, Jere, big.
Yeah, because the only way you can see all those games, because most of the games were simultaneous, They all come on at 10 o'clock our time, 9 o'clock Jamaica time, 3 o'clock UK time, simultaneous games. So how Dre watch all those games simultaneously? Why,
Yo,
Dre, tell me the sports club, man. Come watch.
Man have a whole per device I watch games, man.
Whole heap of device, laptop, iPhone, two screens on the dual screen LG V60. Me had to over here the plug for LG. I'm not even getting no sponsorship. Right, me that check the LG. I'm gonna rewatch this.
No,
But yeah, man, really for eyes on the game, them on the ball of them. Man. Committed to the thing, you know.
So Stan, you didn't ask Jay the right question. He has a lot of devices. What if he has more than 2 eyes?
But I figure people would figure that out. It's hard to watch all those screens simultaneously. Like I watch 2 games at once sometimes, right? I will use my iPad and watch on the screen, but I can't see Derby and Southampton and Brentford and all those teams. It's hard. I mean, you can get them all on Peacock, but it's hard to watch them simultaneously. Some of them on Peacock, not all of them.
The Brentford game was first, or this was the first.
Brentford was earlier. Yeah, Brentford was earlier.
Yeah.
Southampton played the same time as.
What he did was skip the Arsenal game.
Yeah,
that's what he did importantly. So
So the last point I'm making this is this cataract, which is how many points you have?
3.
How many points we have?
6. And
twice your number.
How many points?
Thank you.
How many points?
Defense race. No. Twice your number. Twice your number. We are twice as good as you are. Twice as good as you are. Keep going, coach. Sorry, Dre, to interrupt you, Dre. Keep talking.
All right.
No, man, add the above your game to that.
But I have to stop Dre today because Dre asked me, I said, Dre, I am watching the Aston Villa game.
And that's why we get to the France. So yeah, you have to find some eyes and find a link for that match. I'm going to go see them online, and actually them did stream it for once. Them stream it online.
The man say I leave and buy an next phone. Because the whole of device them full of big up before the device boss. Dre anyway, that man is serious. They love him all of you, man. I tell him.
Show a curtain. What you say?
But yeah, listen to the panelists them talk, and boy, I make myself right now afraid.
Yeah, guitar.
Yeah, man, afraid right now because boy, based on the financial situation, that would be the first thing right now. Where really worrying, but because I hope say JFF can pull something through, and hopefully we can get the players them. We can afford to bring the players them who can go US go play. But then the next thing I beat bad again because I think about the whole buck really stop if all goes well and the players them can reach, then the buck stops with the coach. So but just I hope Tapa really a watch and take on some things, the positive and put it to use because Cataract asked a question earlier on, right? And though me really rate your cranky say, right? But when we really look back on it and do more go forward, it really puzzles me because just for take flip skip back couple pages, when we check when Tapa take over really from I think 2016, right? I think coach, right?
Yeah.
2016, because I think Schaefer went to the Gold Cup final 2015, right? And I think Tapa had a belief in a local breed thing, like he came on he had a belief in a local breed thing, but then it got nowhere from there. Nothing was built really from there. So watching the progress coming up and the players, the regular players that were being used, different from Mariappa and Hector. I don't think the British based Jamaicans or the guys who were playing in England, right? The Jamaicans playing in England. I don't think question, but question. Come me want ask a question about the slip me like how it come now before it slip me again. Coach, is it a case where JFF picks look at the team and say, all right, then the team need this and we're gonna scout for this or we're gonna search for this? Or is it a case where the coach say, you know, me need this, and me need that, and then JFF go for it? Just that more and get out of the way for it before me even continue. And nobody don't really know.
I think, Mr. Speed, correct me if I'm wrong, Cataract, you did up on the time. Mr. Speed said JFF picked the pool of players and then the coach picked the team.
Oh, so JFF have a pool of players and then the coach pick the team.
Yeah.
Them responsibility to get the players involved who is eligible for Jamaica and represent the country, get documents, blah blah blah, whatever, and then get it to the coach, and then the coach will pick the team from there.
Yeah, and the pool is not static, by the way.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
the pool could be a continuous bid on the pool.
And just next thing, this doesn't have to do anything with the coach saying, all right, then we need a CDM or we need a forward or we need a wing back or we need this, and JFF go scout them. JFF just get the players who have the Jamaican heritage and get whatever supposed to sort out and then create the pool and then the coach pick from that, right?
I think there are specific players as well, you know, and not just arbitrary just go out and pick players.
So the bylaws state, right, that the board if there are Jamaican players overseas who express an interest to play for the team, it is responsibility of the board to make contact with these players, receive them, put them in that pool, and make them available to the coach, right? However, right, it also appears that that doesn't negate or prevent them from also selecting players that they believe the coaches need, because the bylaws also say that the technical committee is supposed to advise, supposed to watch the game, right? Supposed to give the coach a report and make recommendations to the coach. So it appears to me that both things happen, that they can create a large pool as well as they can also keep an eye out for players that they believe, based on their assessment, that the coach needs, and nothing prevents the coach from also saying to them, yeah, we might need a CDM or we might need a goalkeeper. And so all of those things could be happening at once. But what they actually do in practice is because you're a closed box to us, we really don't know.
Well, if that's the case, then it really worries me then. Because we don't know if I'm way out from Aston retire, we don't know. So we need a next natural or a couple CDMs, right? Natural CDMs. Good quality CDMs, right? So we would have known that from them time from Aston, right? True or false?
Yeah, man, would I know?
Yeah, but yet still it seems to me that no effort was really put into getting any quality CDM up until now. Before getting Grant and Stewart, it seems to me that no effort, even though knowing that we needed quality CDM, right? It seems no effort was put into getting quality CDMs.
No, look,
so it kind of puzzles me that what if I look up gap there, so we really, it kind of puzzles me for really. I wonder if the coach himself really did just have certain players when believe and others decide, so, we can do this with these players and we can make shift and we don't really need nothing much. It really, It's a cause of think that way.
There are two time periods that I think that we should focus on, because I think that there is the period of time that's marked by the strike, as Katarak said, where the players went on strike, and it appears as if the JFF decided that they're going to call them bluff and invite all of the players that they could to show the striking players basically that we're going to break the strike by having players from the UK or wherever come in and replace you guys, so y'all could stay on strike if you want to. But prior to that, also there were still UK based players that were being integrated into the team. I mean, Bobby Reed has been in the team for quite a long time. I think DJ was also there prior to the strike as well, right? Because they played that game against, who did we play? Saudi Arabia, right? I think we played Saudi Arabia, and I think that DJ and Ravel and Bobby Reed has been in that team for quite a while now, right? And I think the new our most recent UK based players were, I mean, there was a time, what was it, Ethan Pinnock, Tilt, um uh who else was it? I mean, when those guys came in for that USA game, that was a lot of UK based players who came in at that time as well. So but I just have an analogy to make. When I was a little kid, I used to stand up at my gate and see my dog bark after passing cars. And one day I was standing there, and my grandmother said, "Watch the dog. Him chase the car. Him chase the car. If him ever catch it, him don't know what to do with it." Right? And so all this time, we've been barking about how good it would be, and I still believe it is a good thing to get some talent into our team and what it could do for us. And I still have faith in that project, even though it seems as if with our it is it's probably a combination of the coach, a combination of not having enough time, as well as maybe the players not being able to gel and have some chemistry. But I don't know. I still have faith in that project, and I still think, as I said before, that the most pertinent task in front of us, assuming that those plane tickets will be provided, is which players will be available for the USA game, because that they're not red listed, right? So technically, we could have all the players available. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. I don't know.
Except Ravel.
Right, minus Ravel. Somebody mentioned today that maybe Bailey was injured.
We heard that it's not that serious.
Okay, so he could be available for that USA game, right? I don't know. I advocate that we also call Hector, because frankly, if Hector is not there, it would be up to Grant alone to do the CDM duties. And the truth is, I'd rather have Hector there to be in that role, and because we don't really have anybody else, unless we're going to say Haka is going to play that role. And no disrespect to him still, but I don't think that's going to work. So again, I'm imploring all of my fellow panelists and my the people in the chat. It looked bleak, but keep the faith.
I remember Kevin Stewart to Neil.
There you go.
But for some reason, boy, may I tell you, me I get I real beating right now without worries about the coach. I swear. I swear. For some reason, I might be right, I might be wrong. But I just feel like said it alright. But I just feel like said it the change what took place 2017, and then we got back to the World Cup final, right? But I just feel so the coach had a belief in those players, and had belief in those players, and believe that all right then we can do it with these players.
Croc, when the GFF tried to break the strike by calling in all of those UK players at once, it was not only breaking the strike in terms of speaking to the players, but it could possibly have been a message to the coach as well, because as you said, he has developed a relationship with those players, and here comes these new players, and for all we know, the reason why there's that division in the camp is because there's a lasting uh you know uh, memory that the players have, that well, these new guys came in to break our strike. And so even though it may not be personal to the new UK players, it might still have that effect on the local, the players who were there before. And then as for Tapa, it also means that the JFF was possibly saying to him, whatever it is you were working on, we're throwing that out the window, because here are these new players, and this is what you're going to have to work with. So Tapa was in a whole new world, and it is possible that rather
Definitely.
than roll with the punches and adapt, it is possible that Tapa have that kind of memory too, and
Yeah,
that sort
yeah.
of resentment. My problem is that
You
that
hit
has
the nail
nothing
on
to do with the UK based players who came. We were calling for them and they answer our call, and I still welcome them. And I think that we have to put those things behind us. And if
Definitely.
we fail to do so, then we're just gonna fail as a team.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the term that they're trying to break the strike. I don't think they were trying to break the strike, actually. I think they had to have obligations they had to satisfy. First of all, you couldn't afford to forego that match fee. Plus, you have a contract you probably had in place, which you had to satisfy. So to do so, you had to bring players in, and the players were closer because then you had to fly local players over. That wouldn't work for you also. If you're a monetary challenge, if you're challenged financially, trying to figure out who's as close as possible to go play the game. I just want to put 11 players on the field. I don't care about outcome. It's 11 players. I get a match fee. It doesn't look good. It may have, it doesn't really work out for the best because I would like my team to be setting themselves up for the qualifiers coming up. But I think they were between a rock and a hard place because, as Mr. Speed said, they couldn't afford to satisfy the requests that the players were making about how much compensation they wanted for each game that they played. They had a number which to me was, even if I took an objective view, seems a little bit high actually. I use euphemism and say it was high. And if you want to pay them that much, I mean, they can't afford to even pay their regular bills much to pay the players how much they were asking for over a long campaign. That'd be very, very challenging. So I wouldn't say it was trying to break the strike. I think it was trying to get themselves in place to get some funds in, which in a COVID period is very difficult to do actually. Right. So look,
Diplomatic of you.
no, I looked at it objectively. I tried to anyway. I didn't think it was breaking the strike. I don't think it was. But the coach was aligned with the players who decided not to play. So it may work out that way, but I'm sure that was the primary objective.
Cause that was the same question I was going to ask you about that. Could it be possible that the coach believes so much in these players that they think they had that strength to do that, to do that at that moment? Because there was a belief. Could it possibly be that there was a belief in them by the coach that, hey, you guys are the guys, so they thought that, all right then, well, we need to pull this off and get some things together. Could that be possibly why that stunt was pulled off at that moment? Could it be a strong belief in them and they thought that, yes, we were the guys, there were no competition and this was it, and that? Could that be the case?
Well, there were some English players who didn't play, right? Reed didn't play and Ravel didn't play because they aligned with the players. So it wasn't all local players who decided not to play.
Yeah.
Right. So no, I don't think there was any hidden agenda. I think, as I said, they had some obligations to satisfy, and they satisfied the obligations, and probably did so with as cheap a outlay as possible to get there. In fact, frankly, it worked out probably best for them, because if they didn't, they'd have to fly people like Damien from Egypt, people from all parts of the world, from the US to go to Europe, versus having most of the contingent coming from England, which is pretty close to where they played. So maybe financially it worked out best, frankly, the players not deciding to play.
I was hoping that I'm wrong, yeah, man. But at this point, it's yeah, I'm just really hoping that what I'm thinking right now is not really the case, because we don't need that right now. That is not the type of spirit we need if that is the case. So the time to pull everything together and just Just go
Well,
for it.
we don't. The full team hasn't played together, right? Right, because we haven't had the English contingent and the local contingent, local developed contingent, not local contingent, come together as one team. Hopefully, if you blend that team together, you get a good product on the field. Hopefully. Right now, we haven't done that. Yeah.
Welcome,
Michael, welcome.
Yes.
Michael, say something. People them say if it says something.
Something.
Said something.
Sorry. All right. We keep going to this. I'm wondering if any word has come out of the JFF about the financial straits. I mean, it's been almost a week now. Have they released anything else indicating what has happened or what sort of response there has been? Does anybody know? Or are we still dealing with the conspiracy of silence?
Yeah, man, the same story.
Someone's asking if Cataract, you weren't speaking. Someone's asking if you're frozen because they've never seen you not speaking. So they're finding it hard to believe that you're not speaking. So they were asking you frozen. That's why you weren't speaking.
See, he moved his hand.
Oh, he moved his hand? Oh, I couldn't see.
No, what happened is I've allowed you to have your time. And the Cataract fans are restless.
Oh, okay.
Pick up the whole team, Cataract. The guy, Jim. Yes, man. Oh, Ricky, that's
Is Shatta a fan? Shatta was asking the question. Is Shatta a fan? Because he was the one asking the question.
No, Shatta's a robot.
Oh, okay. A robot a fan too. By default.
Coach, so coach,
the cake nigga right this one.
I don't know why I mentioned that. I don't know why I mentioned that.
Coach, with a
bread
nice
pudding
bread
give
pudding
nigga.
topped with a Haitian rum. Anybody ever drink a Haitian Bancourt rum? Big up my Haitian brothers. Sapase. It's nice enough.
No, nothing from them still.
No, man, the Haitian rum, man. Big up everybody that can say about Haitian rum. Joe, Kingston 6. Man, them the coral shirt and beat them, but you understand, coral. But coach, I want to reflect on today. I watched some games. I wasn't able to watch all like Jere any weather. But it would look good also, coach, against. And I thought that Stan Kroenke would have been fair enough and spoken about this. Dwight McNeil, another left-sided player. Quite good.
Doesn't score enough. Good player, great crosser. Keeps the ball well. Doesn't score. I don't know how you play forward and don't score.
He's not a forward.
He's like my forwards. He doesn't score.
He's not a forward. Dwight McNeil is a left.
He plays left wing. He's a forward.
No, the two forwards there are.
They play a 4-4-2. They play a 4-4-2. He plays on the left.
Wood and Wood. Wood and Barnes are the two forwards.
If you're an attacking player and you're a forward, what do you call him? He's a midfielder?
He's a winger.
Yes, I call wingers forward. So I call wingers. If you're Salah, if you're Mane, if you're Dwight McNeil, you play forward. McNeil doesn't score. What's his goal? You like stats. What's his goal tally? What's his goal tally? We need scorers. If you tell me Damari Gray, I would say yes. Bring him in because you know where the goal is. Dwight doesn't know where the goal is. I like Dwight. Don't get me wrong. He's a good player.
Crosses of the ball?
It's brilliant cross of the ball. One of the better ones in the league. Period.
Absolutely is.
Yeah. No, it's a brilliant cross of the ball.
But I agree. He needs to work on his finishing. So won the goal by Leon Bailey. As I said, Coach, long before I worried about his durability in the league because.
Yeah, but that's not durability though. He came injured, and it seems like it's a continuum because today he only played for 13, 14 minutes and got man of the match.
21 minutes.
21 minutes. He got man of the match in 21 minutes. So he did well. He did really well.
Very efficient.
And by the way, he went by a player. I watched him in Orlando. He didn't go by anybody.
Right. I wanted to. That's where I wanted to really zero in on, Coach. Is it that our national team can't get the best out of our player? Because here we had a player that is underwhelmed in the national colors, and yet people talk about integration. He didn't have any preseason. He just claimed the Villa and fit right in. So it sort of hit that argument on the head. Because here we have the reverse. We have a Jamaican player going to England for the first time, going to a fairly storied and legendary club. And for all intents and purposes, he seemed to have fitted right in not like OG and his glove, but he seemed to have fit right in.
Yeah.
And enjoying his football, staying on his feet, shooting, all this was seemingly absent from the World Cup.
Yeah,
but look, he's playing on the left wing. He's playing on his favored wing. If you remember the chance he had in the Gold Cup when he made a shot was when he had come across on the wing on Flemmer's wing. When Flem was on the left wing. But go ahead, Stan. You were trying to say something.
Yeah, a couple of things. One is that they seem to bring him on, at least in the last few games, around the 60th minute mark, somewhere around there. Second half, early enough second half to get some running. The fans seem to love him, which was very obvious when he's coming on, the excitement generate. Because I think the fans like, in England nowadays, they like players with guile.
A match of them call female. When him never had the field, him start chant female.
The fans then want him on the field. They've watched him play previously. They're enthused about him being there. And frankly, when he came on, but he plays within himself, though. He didn't try to overdo it initially. Then he went by a player. Then he had that cross. And then Hinks found him with a ridiculous... Here's another thing, Cataract, which is, if that was Jamaica, he wouldn't have got that pass he got to go to one-on-one. Because Danny Ings actually saw the pass before he got the ball. If you realize, Ings didn't take time to survey the field, He got the ball and made a pass right away in stride, where he could just head it down and take the shot. We don't have the player's ability to pick the ball with the right pace in the right space and pick you out. So it's who you play with also affects the game.
I disagree with you. That's the exact same pass I think it's Damian Lowe provided to Andre Gray against Serbia.
Yeah, but no, we're talking about something on a consistent basis. We're not talking about one-off situations.
You cannot say he's consistently got the pass. This is the first time he's gotten the pass.
You missed my point. Though. What I'm saying is this: when he was in the game, he was getting balls in position. He wasn't losing the balls. He was playing the ball to his teammate. So when you're playing with teammates who are giving the ball and you get back to them, you're comfortable. You feel like you're playing with equal quality. When you're playing with players who think are less quality, you're going to take more risk. Because if you give them the ball, you're going to get it back. But when I watched him in Orlando, he didn't play well. We all agree he didn't play well.
He didn't play well. That's the whole fact.
I'm against you. He didn't play well.
And this is a player now you're talking a month or 2 months away, relieved from the Gold Cup, August, September.
Yeah.
I mean, it can't be any sort of special training that he's gotten at Villa because he wasn't in preseason. He went there injured. It just seems to be really good coaching.
I don't think it has to do with coaching, actually. I don't know. It wasn't. If you watch him play today, it wasn't about coaching. It was about decision making. It was about decision making. When do I go by a player? When do I pass the ball? Right? It wasn't about coaching, I don't think. I'm not Whitmore, because Whitmore gives a lot of time with him anyway.
I'm not talking about Whitmore. I'm not. I'm talking about Dean Smith.
Yeah, I didn't think he was a Dean Smith influence. I think Bailey's ability just came out today when the corner that he took was a very good corner. In fact, when he went on the field, the first ball he kicked was a free kick, and his cross was spot on. So his game was on. He came on. His game was on.
So since you wanted to take it there, Cronky, so we had Bailey, and when he played for Jamaica, he's not the one taking the corners.
I don't even recall who takes the corners. Did we get that much corner?
Because it was not a corner. It was young Lamar Walker who was sort of like a pass, like struggling to get the ball to the 18-yard box. Just get it there. But
no, in Jamaica, people fight to take free kicks. Do you remember when we saw...
I'm talking about not the free kick, and I'm talking about the corners.
But I'm just saying, to take what kicks, I'm not sure there's a really well structured in place. And maybe there is. I don't know if there is or not.
Right. The fact is, I thought he was playing left wing back.
When?
Playing left wing back.
For us?
No. For Aston Villa.
Yes, he was playing left wing back. He was. But offensively, though, It wasn't. It was a left wing back in hybrid form because he was up the field.
Yeah, no. What the coach said is that he realized that Matthew Taggart was getting a lot of purchase up the field. So he said, "Well, whoa, if Ben Godfrey's not going to challenge us down this side, I don't need to have a defensive one. So let me put on Bailey." I want to point out how what I thought Dean Smith did well, and I hope that Tapper looks into it and may because I can't tell what he may decide to take the same approach. He put him under no pressure. Um, the Sky Sports asked, "What was the coach's instruction to you?" So the coach just said, "Go play on the left." He said, "Anything else, coach?" He said, "Play." So the coach didn't put any pressure on him, allowed him the freedom to express himself, and we saw a footballer expressing himself without the sort of shackles and the albatross. So sometimes a coach's role is to relieve the weight of expectation from a player and allow him to play with unbridled freedom without too much instruction. But he was good. He was good.
Hey, coach, you can't block. You can't. Coach, you can't block Shatter. You can't block Shatter, coach.
But coach, I think what I would say is that I may want to Kingston Six Peeps in Birmingham. You might want to report to the Home Office and Immigration because it may be that he has a twin and that's not really Leon Bailey there because when he's here, it's the two different people. They look alike, mind you.
But Kataraki said it, the coach allow him to express himself and be
Exactly.
freedom and play Leon Bailey, be Leon Bailey out there. Does Tappa do the same? Or Tappa say, you on the right, you need to cover Alvas, you need to run back, you need a more disciplined, strict approach to his game out there. So it just depends what the coach and how comfortable he feel on the park.
I think Bailey has the option to do what he wants to Jamaica team. The Bailey I saw was trying different things
Me
that
not
just
think
weren't
Tapas.
working. Yeah, what he was trying wasn't working. The kid, when he played against Guadeloupe and Suriname, in one of the games he got locked down. The kid was just playing him very physical. The ball pass, you don't pass. You pass, the ball doesn't pass. That was the game plan.
So someone asked how is Travis Paseo. Check out the video on Reggae Boyz commentary for detail. But his grand uncle has represented Jamaica. His family has represented Jamaica at national level in sports. Cricket, I think it is. Proper Jamaican. They're white Jamaicans up in Cherry Gardens. They're big up Kingston 6. Jacksonville, Beverly Hills. There are quite a few white Jamaicans. Don't let the color of a man's skin fool you. He's closer to Jamaican than a lot of other players. I think he's first generation. I think. Should be able to find his birth certificate unless Garrett Southgate works his puzzle.
All right, hold on. Fabian Full.
Game. Can
Hold on, Keter. Hold on. Fabian Full, big up yourself. Him say poor Godfrey Bailey make him look average.
That's not true. Bailey has no. The man has confirmed he will not be playing for Jamaica because Bailey terrorized him. Bailey beat him to sickness. They can't do that to a man where we are trying to get. No, he's very distraught. He's very distraught when he left the field.
Shatta asked if you attend the US game.
Shatta, no robots allowed. It's just like that. You can't carry any electronics into the stadium. So stay at home, lad. Still trying. I haven't heard any word from the JFF about tickets and the availability of tickets for us in Jamaica. There you go. Shop them doing allow people with umbrella and they don't allow woman with purse to go in that stadium, so nobody can take their robot. Okay? So you will have to watch it in the sports bar. Derby County, anybody watch that match? Can give us an update on how Ravel perform? Some news from League Two. Grant didn't play today, but Swindon was held 1 hour, but there's a problem. Swindon are going to be deducted 3 points. They have failed to pay their salaries since June.
And the big problem with Derby, too.
Derby is that problem. So if the club can't pay the wages, they can. The players have been playing without wages for a while now, and then what they do is when they reach out to the EFL, the Football League, and the Players Association, there's a fund that they have. So the EFL and the PFA, Professional Football Association, come together and pay the wages, but the club is docked 3 points and given a warning. And if they do it again, then they'll get a larger point deduction. Swindon Town in grave problem. No, it's not minus 21 points. It's 12 points. Minus 12 points. 12 points. 4 game. Because they have gone into administration now, coach.
Yes, they have.
Fully into administration. So I just wonder if the people if Derby go to League One and Ravel have a play in League One next year, if they're going to the League One at Bush League. So I'm going to be careful of the things we say.
And Qatar just asking about, I think the player Ramsey. Ramsey is a Jamaican, right?
Yes.
Jacob Ramsey, yeah, man.
And his brother.
Yeah. So somebody they asked a question.
Yeah, man. Ramsey his brother plays for the reserves youth team. Yeah, man. Couple of Jamaicans there. There's a big 6'3" striker, sort of Shamar Nicholson light. But Keenan Davis, but I've never recommended him because he has the same issues as Shamar. His finishing is not up there. But a good target man. His finishing is not up there. But young lad, hopefully he improves. Yes, Fabian for Aston Villa's Ramsey.
Yeah, man. We have 2 minutes.
Two Jacobs, I think, Jacob Murphy at Newcastle is Jamaican as well. Of Jamaican heritage, put it that way. But I don't know that we can get him because probably Isaac Hayden will be all up in his ears chatting far.
All right, so we have come to the end of the show.
So nobody not giving an update on the Ravel game, coach?
Yeah, man. They said he played well.
Or did he have any assist?
No, he never scored, no assist. I think he, based on the report, I glimpsed it. 6 points something he got. I think his passing percentage was not that as usual, but they got the 3 points. Or see it right? That's what I look on now. Ravel 6.8. 81% passing accuracy. Yeah, man. It was 4 shots total, block shots 1, big chances missed 1, 13 accurate passes, 5 in own half, 8 in opposition half, 81% passing accuracy, 2 key passes, 28 touches, 4 duels won, 5 duels lost, clearances none, block shots 1, 2 dribbles attempt, 2 of them successful, dispossessed 2 times, was fouled 2 times, fouls conceded 2. Aerial duels lost 1, offside 1, recoveries 3. So look like at this me I go use go forward and stop use sofa. This still go a ball. It's not a side, it's a up.
Go up. Okay. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Mm.
That's good. So yeah, big up. I don't know the other people. No, I did not watch the game Deadly Grey. I did not watch the Derby game. Sorry. Um, Amari Bell and Wes Harding. Anybody have any update how they perform?
Bell never made the team today, but Hector made the bench today. Not sure about Hardy.
Hector made the bench. Jamal Lowe.
Made the bench. No, maybe the next game he get some minutes.
Quite an achievement. But I hope Hector finds. I don't know. But he's gonna be there now for 6 months. I hope he finds something and exit in the January window. It's not good. I don't think he deserves it. I don't think he deserves that. Anything on Jamal Lowe, Andre Gray?
Lowe get 1 minute run out today, but they keep putting him as a striker, lone striker, 1 minute. So I'm not sure what the coach seeing, but striker is his position right now that they keep using him as.
Yeah, but Jere, the last season, I think he played right across the front, So
Yeah, he got some running on the
on the
wing.
wing, left and right.
So the six peeps. You said that is there some news that linked him to Birmingham?
Big up Andre Gray. Get the start.
Get the start.
Yeah, Gray get the start, pick up a yellow card. I think him team lose 2-1 though. Late. Them did a lead. And then 2 goals like the 80 something and 90 something minute. May I tell us enough? No, Kevin stay some pricks and stay some pricks the game then short now while my eyes majority up on Hammerview Eddie. It's a goal and leak. Oh yeah. Hammerview done the not out. Return leg Wednesday.
And the Kevin Stewart, him never met the starting team, neither the bench.
No.
I'm wondering what is causing a lot of our players not to make the bench. It was happening to Hector. Now I see Kevin Stewart, Amari Bell. What's happening? But that's a thing for tomorrow. Casey Palmer not getting no game.
Yeah, Casey I met the team, but nah, see the field.
DJ played today too.
Right now, benches are we have spoken about it. Right now, at least some benches are good place. Because some man now making bench.
Maf go buy one bench. Nobody now make you game.
So Hector have to buy a special made bench.
The three of them play tomorrow, 4 o'clock with Philadelphia. They're supposed to play. I don't know who are going to start if Alvas are going to warm the bench again for another 90 minutes or not.
Okay. Is Dylan Barnes getting any even making the bench?
No.
I don't think he went out on loan.
A QPR him there.
Barnes worse than Hector then.
Him no make the goal. The starting. No see him. Him no make the bench either. Okay, the man have go order some bench off of Amazon because they now make none.
It's not good. It's not good at all.
Alright, so as we said earlier, we're just gonna close off the show for this evening. Tomorrow night, hopefully we'll come back here fresh and ready for another excellent show. Qatar, just give your final thoughts on the game then. On the show, sorry.
Hit the like button on the way out. That's all I have to say.
Alright, Jere.
Hit the like button on the way out.
People, 130 subscribers, 151 on it in the chat. Whoever not subscribed, just run over there real quick and just click the subscribe button. Support the thing. 130 to 1,000. No one can do it tonight.
And that's Jere anyway. I dropped it in the comment section. So
big up yourself, everybody.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, everybody. Thanks to the panelists, Cranky, Cataract, Jere, Crux, Jerry Miller, with that review on the analysis of the game. Who else was on? Neo was on. Michael was on. Big up to everybody who continue to show support to the coaches desk. Yeah, man, really appreciate it. Really respect. Big up to Katark. Every time, Jere, anyway, that big up on yourself. You know what I mean? Like I normally say, people, stay safe and peace out. But you know we have to give a little style and
Your
flavor.
style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.